Blue Fox? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me slide over here. Oh, I'm so tiny. One moment. Ah, whoop. I forgot to turn on stream avatars. The little slimes are not here. Hello, Magpie and Taro Sphere. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope y'all are having a great day. You had a crazy day and you're in the middle of the storm? I'm glad you arrived safely at your relative's house. That's crazy. Otacons! Hello! Treating your scalp? Oh no! That sucks. Well, I hope your treatment goes well. My body decided to rebel against me this morning. I was like, oh, my cats are hungry. I'll get up. And then as I was walking into the kitchen, I'm like, damn, like, I'm really wobbly. Like, things are kind of like the world is shaking. I'm really dizzy. Okay, whatever. This should wear off. Spoiler alert, it did not. Ended up having to call my spouse into the kitchen. I was like, hey, help. I'm feeling a lot better now. I've been resting in bed all afternoon. My spouse made me some food. So I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still a little dizzy, but I'm doing good. Yes, that is why we're doing chill stream. Yes, I did. Kill a flame. Hello, my twin. Welcome in. Yeah, no, it was crazy. I was dizzy. I was nauseous on the verge of vomiting. I was having like cold sweats. My stomach hurt. I was like, what the hell is going on? I have no idea, but I'm feeling a lot better now. I would not be streaming if I was not feeling good enough to stream, but I figured we'd do some nice low-key chill chat and hang out. That'd be nice. So here we are. I hope everyone else is having a better day. I hope the storm isn't too crazy over there, Blue Fox, and that everyone else is doing good. Send in my letting people know I'm online messages before I forget. Where are my socials? Stream avatar is still not working? That sucks. You got your hair... Oh, okay. Yeah, I will make sure to rest up today as well. You'll be safe inside, though. That's good. Oh, it cut off the TV a few times. That's crazy. Yes, I will be making sure today is a low-key day. No, nothing too stressful. Ugh. Okay. Yes, we're spreading chaos and madness. Yeah, we're chilling, so yeah, exactly. We are chilling so I don't melt into sea salt. I don't turn into sea foam. Yes, I will moisten, thank you. Yeah, it was crazy because like sometimes like I'll get up too quick and I'll get dizzy, but I've never had this happen before, so I was like, wow, okay. But as we got closer to stream, I was like, I think I'm feeling good enough. I'll get up and walk around a little bit and check. And I was like, yeah, okay, I can walk around, so. Hey, Maple, welcome in. I have moistened. I have done gentle stretches. Oh. Um, yeah, I can do that. I can do that later, Magpie. Right now, I'd have to go and search up the commands and stuff. So, just remind me. Like check in on Monday, and I'll look at doing that. I don't have any specific plans for today other than yapping. Not sure what we're gonna talk about, lol. Go in the Ray of the Original Little Mermaid. Exactly, exactly. Yep.
Motion detected at front door.
So my brain's just like, okay, we're done now. Bloop. No, I'm like, no, we're gonna chat about something. Nice. That's great. No copperhead snakes yet. Well, I'm glad you discovered whatever was going on with your scalp, at least. That's good that you figured it out sooner rather than later. Oh no! The copperhead snakes. Yeah, that would be an issue. Now all the little slimes are gaining colors. The colors. Ah. That's good. Yeah, animals are cool. Yeah, that makes sense. As I was mentioning a moment ago, Magpie, I'm doing a lot better than I was this morning when I got up. I'm still like a little bit dizzy, but like I can walk around and, talk without feeling like I'm gonna vomit, all that good stuff. I'm feeling much better now, so that's why we're streaming. If I did not feel up to streaming, I would have posted and been like, "Hey, y'all, no." Yes, I usually sit down while streaming. I'm sitting all comfy in my chair. I've got a blanket so I don't get cold. All that good stuff. For this model, probably not, but I am. Exactly. Safety first. I am planning on making more humanoid forms eventually as well, because I am a shapeshifter, so I can be whatever I want to be. Currently, I am just little slime right now. Yeah, let me pull up some of my sketches. Ah whoop. I'm scooted. There we go. As you can see, here are some sketches I have of potential humanoid shapes for my first humanoid form I'm gonna be working on. You've been drinking Dr. Pepper like crazy the last 2 days? Yeah, my first humanoid form, I'm gonna do like kind of human bits sticking out of slime body, sort of a thing. So that will be fun. Eee, thank you, thank you. I also, as mentioned before, have my let me pull up my OBS paint. I also have my idea for the biblically accurate angel slime. Where like all of the eyeballs are like hearts, instead of eyeballs, because my core is a heart. Be kind of like this, with like a bunch of eyeballs, and they'll all like move and stuff. Like that time I was reborn as a slime anime style. Yes, I will moisten again. Thank you. Actually, Rimuru from Reincarnated as a Slime, hang on. Let me go turn on my arm. My arm. Okay. My arm. Nice, you're watching season 2, part 2. Do you see the little line in the back of me right here that moves? The way that that line sits on the ground was actually inspired by the way they draw Rimuru in the story. This line right here that goes like that inside of my body. Yee. Sui from Campfire Cooking and Rimuru from Reincarnated as a Slime, I took minor inspirations from. Because you can see, you know, this. And I love, as you know, Sui's little arms. Sui wa pew pew. You're relearning the anime since you forgot what happened? Nice. Yeah, that tends to happen. The number of times I've had to reread shit over and over again. Yes, I did see the gameplay clip of Core Bound. It looked interesting. Like what are you doing in that gameplay? Like what's the mechanics that is it like idle or are you doing something? Cuz you had like your little dude and all the little guys going like a pew pew at shit. So I was curious if you're like controlling them at all. All right, Magpie, I'll see you when you get back. So yeah, that was the idea. And yeah, I thought it'd be fun to have like for the angel thing, to have like the circles with like with like the eyeballs on them, you know? But also have like wings. So yeah. There is controls to bomb. Okay. Ah, that was the drone build. Okay, that's cool. Ah, yes. I need to make a different animation for the bomb. Like maybe I'll make them like little slimes or something. That could be fun. Hello. 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 There's more to the core actually on the boss. That's cool. Lots of fun games. Yeah, I have some different commands and stream avatars. I haven't poked out a lot of them. Love to see how they turn out. Want to go for the cuz thank you. I'm glad y'all enjoy. Yeah, I was trying to decide. I'm like I'm not sure what the animation is for the bomb, so like maybe I'll do like either like a little slime with a fuse, or maybe just like a little slime that like glows and then like explodes into little slime chunks or something. I don't know. I need to figure it out. Because I did figure out the splat. Looks like an egg. An egg. For the little slimes. And I did finally figure out how to fix wild hearts. Yeah, I had to like go into my NVIDIA control panel and manually edit a bunch of stuff, but I can get the game to run now. And it turns out my save wasn't corrupted. The game was just being a jerk for no reason. You're back for a moment, hopefully you return. Yeah, that sounds good, Maple. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm excited to hear more about Corebound. That's on mobile, right? I still need to go and look that up. But it definitely looked interesting. Yeah, none of my settings were making any differences, and I was doing some Googling on people talking about it, and some people were mentioning that if you go into your settings, and you select like, go into like your NVIDIA control panel and adjust like one of your settings in there, they were like, this might fix it. And that actually totally worked. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. Good. Now it won't freeze my entire computer. Poke, poke. Poke, poke. Yeah, at least I don't have my GPU that would randomly underclock itself to 4% occasionally. Like, oh, I'd be like, why is everything on my computer suddenly running so slow? Yeah, like, this game. And like, I'd just be like, wow, this game seems really badly optimized. Why is it not working at all? And everyone would be like, this game's running fine for me. And then I would open a game and be like, wait, this game doesn't normally run this shitty. What the hell's going on? Check my settings. 4% power. And I'm like, why are you set to 4% power? That's insane. So yeah. Crazy, crazy. Regular show stress episodes. I'm not sure. Was regular that sounds vaguely familiar. Can tell you they somewhat true that you can hurt physically from stress and have physical signs of stress. Oh. Yeah? That's interesting. That makes sense. Yeah, that was a little after I was watching cartoons, I think. But yeah, that's interesting. I've heard that sort of thing before. The one with Mordecai the Blue Jay. Oh yeah, I've seen like pictures and stuff of that one. The Blue Jay and the raccoon and the planet or whatever. Oh. The oh show. That's funny. Perfect. I've only seen pictures and heard people talk about it. Yeah, I think it's the same thing over here. I've only seen pictures or heard people talk about it. That makes sense. I mean, like, it's like how people will say, like, oh, that pain is all in your head. And it's like, yes, the brain is in your head. And the brain is what causes you to feel pain. That's how pain works. Correct. Show signs. But yeah, that's interesting. And I mean, that makes sense because, like, stress is a reaction your body is having. So if you don't deal with it, it could, like, wear you out. But yeah, that's interesting. Definitely something to keep in mind. Yeah, it's funny sometimes how a show will just, like, spontaneously be like, and this is completely accurate. Ton of stress-related health. Oh no! Your hair started going white. That's crazy. Welcome back, Magpie. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those shows do a little bit of research on it to make sure they're getting, like, the right thing set up, you know? Yeah, like, I think that's one of those shows that was aimed at, like, teens. So it kind of makes sense they'd occasionally, like, sneak actual good information in there. You had no paid IRS, 1 cent job, no income. Ah! Alright. Let me tell you a Ta'agra phrase today. Today's Ta'agra word is kroji, which is like scary. Specifically in the context of, like, a noun or an adjective, like anxiety, like you are experiencing something as scary or unsettling, or you are feeling anxiety. And interestingly enough, the Q is pronounced like a cl, clo, clo. So it'd be clogy. Yeah, one of the crazy things with taxes being yeah, so it's like I think like kawaii in Japanese. Kawaii. However, whichever yeah, kawaii in Japanese kind of. It's like if you're saying like something is scary or you are feeling anxiety, like you're feeling anxiety or you're scared or what have you. Yeah, so yeah, one of the crazy things with taxes is it feels like no matter how much you prep for taxes, and I imagine Killer Flame's gonna equate with this, is like no matter how much you prep, there's always something you're behind on. Because like and then yeah, I've actually joked a couple times. I'm like, maybe I should go and do some research and like specialize in tax returns for like small VTubers. Yeah, I was like, maybe I should be the VTuber accountant. But yeah, no. One of the crazy things with taxes, especially when you're working in a firm like me, like I was and Killer Flame is right now, is it feels like you're never prepared enough. Like you've never done enough stuff because either something will come up last minute, like, oh, it turns out something in someone's books was messed up, or they didn't supply you with all the information on the tax return, or it turns out that something is wrong, or someone comes to you last minute for something, or, whatever. So it always feels like there's 80 million things you have to do, especially because at year end, not only do you have to do any quarterly tax returns, you have to do the annual tax returns, and you have to file additional forms like 1099s and any sales tax that's due monthly, quarterly, or annually, depending on the person. And different types of businesses and people have different due dates, and sometimes you have to extend people, and it's just so many things. You're bad at math. I mean, the good news is technically most tax returns don't really have to worry about math. I'm actually currently working as a contractor, so I'm a freelancer right now. So I can probably help with like basic tax return shit. Uh, let's see. In your case, it's a lot of, what do you mean you sent 20 people into Canada last year and did 10 times more business? Oh my gosh. Yeah, what do you mean? Exactly. It's that kind of shit. People won't tell you stuff until you're actively doing their freaking return. You'll be like, okay, and then as normal. Oh my god. So, and you'll be like, okay, so you have 10 employees and you did this, and they'll be like, oh, actually we hired 20 new people, and you're like, when? And they're like, 6 months ago. I'm sorry, you fucking what? Oh yeah, we bought a new building. Oh yeah, we also did this. And like half of that stuff is shit that you should have been doing stuff for like 6 months ago. You'll be like, that changes your payroll tax return, fam. I should have been filing differently in your sales tax. Like, your estimated taxes are different if you suddenly start making more money. Bro. Your favorite was last month was, what do you mean your company is being sold? Yeah, no, that shit. Oh yeah, we're selling our company in a month. You're fucking what? So freelance basically means that I'm self-employed. Essentially, I'm not working as an employee for anyone. I'm doing it myself as like a business. It's working a lot better because I can control my time a lot better and I have more free time. I can also be a lot more picky about my work. I have a couple people I was working with at my old firm that I'm also working with now, or that I was like working with like kind of separately from the firm. So that's nice. It gives me just like more time and stuff. So yeah, freelance. A freelancer is basically someone who isn't associated with a company who's working for themselves, basically. Yeah, no, the number of times people will withhold essential information from you, sometimes that you ask about, you'll be like, hey, any changes to your business? And they'll go, no. And then you'll go, okay, great. So you still have just the 2 buildings. And they're like, oh no, actually we bought 2 more buildings. And you're like, you fucking bro. You do all types of taxes, but you're the expert on sales tax and several complex corporate topics right now. Yeah, a lot of personal tax. You're having a hard time. Oh, yeah, no worries. So a freelancer is someone who is not associated with a business. They work for themselves, basically, like as a contractor. I am a freelance bookkeeper / accountant, so I handle cleaning up people's books. I also help with like general office and administrative stuff, minor tax return things. I also do art, obviously. Like, I haven't actually started taking any commissions yet, but like I'm looking at getting into that. I also obviously do VTubing. Art, it depends on the piece of work. For tax stuff, currently my hourly rate, I usually charge like $60 an hour, but obviously sometimes taxes have extra fees and stuff associated with them, so it would probably depend on what you needed help with. Because like if you need me to file your tax return for you, that does cost money, so I would have to. But yeah, if you actually wanted to get my help, we can discuss. Your hourly rate is $400 an hour. Fun fact, at my last job, I think I started making $15 an hour, and by the time I left, I was making $38 an hour. And the entire time I was at the business, they never charged less than $100 an hour for my time. By the time I left, I think they were charging like $150 to $200 an hour for my time, and I was making like $38 an hour. Yeah, no worries, Gugu Rakasu. And yeah, that sounds good. What I would do, Blue Fox, is I would look up, granted, yeah, CAD $400 an hour. You're the most senior person in your department. Yeah, no worries. And like, we can always talk about like, slightly like discounts and stuff like that, depending on what you need help with, and like flat fees and stuff like that, if you do need a little bit of help. So yeah, and my DMs are open. You can shoot me a message. Depending on what it is you have, like if you just have like your standard W-4, like you just are an employee somewhere, that's usually pretty easy. If you just like have like a basic ass tax return. Your boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. Exactly. And that's why like $60 an hour for an accountant is actually really low as an hourly rate, ironically. Lol. I occasionally I'll do like $40 an hour for certain things for people too, like as a lower rate, because that's still, good. But like normal rates for accountants on the cheap end are $300 to $500 an hour for like an actual CPA. Like that's cheap. Certified public accountants can charge as much as $800 to several $1,000s an hour. TurboTax prices are a little different because TurboTax doesn't hire CPAs. TurboTax grabs random assholes off the street and gives them a course and then has them do your tax return. So TurboTax will be substantially less expensive, but they will have much less expertise. You have no idea if random drunk house mom or freelance bookkeeper is doing the job. So TurboTax and QuickBooks, you're kind of like gambling with whether or not you're going to get someone competent. Yeah, that is the one problem with TurboTax and H&R Block and QuickBooks, is it's all just random fucks. So like, sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll get someone who's amazing, and other times you will get just the shittiest fucking person on the planet. So, what's the usual workload for an accountant? If you only have a single slip, the RAN. Yeah, if all you have is your W-4 from your job, H&R Block can probably do it for you, but if you have like anything special on your like anything beyond just put my paperwork from my job. Yeah, H&R Block and TurboTax and like any of those things. Random Joe Schmo can probably do your tax return if you just have your form from your job and that's it, nothing else. But if you have any other stuff on there, it can be good to have someone who actually knows what they're doing. So one of the weird things about being an accountant is you have this really weird flux between your billable hours and your non-billable hours. Yeah. Also, fun fact, in the US, the reason we have to do our own tax returns and the government doesn't just give us the amount automatically and tell us to send them any adjustments is because Intuit and TurboTax lobbied the government because they wanted money. So billable hours and non-billable hours refers to jobs where in some jobs you have to work a certain number of hours that you can't bill to the client because it's not directly related to your work. So like, for example, I might have admin work, like let's say for my admin work, I have to go over my tasks for the day, right? And I have to check my email. Now, if I respond to a client email, I can bill that to the client. But if I'm just reviewing my email and I'm not responding to anything, I can't bill that to the client. If I'm doing work on the client's books, that's billable. If I'm doing their tax return, that's billable. But like general administrative work, like making invoices as well, for example, that still takes me time, but I can't bill anyone for that because that's just my own stuff I have to do to run my business. And yeah, as Killaflame was saying, the workload would be heavily dependent on what you do. Senior management in their firm, your billable target is $1,000 a year, usually come in higher. Staff in the tax department might have $1,300 or $1,600. Such an interesting topic you want to learn about more in school. Yeah, so like, for example, a bookkeeper who's working on a single business, if it's a larger business, it might be a full-time, like 40-hour a week job to do that. Like, it might actually take you because a full-time bookkeeper is gonna be going over looking at timesheets and running payroll, right? So they're gonna be running payroll and reviewing timesheets, and they're gonna be looking at bills and paying bills, and they're going to be checking accounts, and they're going to be looking at the receipts every day, and, you know, they're going to be sorting paperwork and inputting it into the system, and they're going to be writing checks that the boss asks for, and they're going to be checking inventory, and they're going to be updating, spreadsheets with reports to send to the board, and blah, blah, blah. So that's only going to be for, like, really, really big businesses. But even if you're working with individuals, like, you normally work 45 to 50 hours per week, but you work on anywhere from 20 to 80 files a week. Yeah, and so, like, accounting also kind of goes like this in terms of busyness. Because at the beginning of the year, in, like, January through March, plus April gets even worse, is really busy. So, let's say December through April is busy season because in December, you have to prep for year end, and April is when everything is due. However, we also have a bunch of stuff going on in June and July because June and July is mid-year, which is when a lot of reviews happen. Also, there's quarterly stuff. So quarterly is every 3 months. So January, February. So like, for example, April, July, October, and January all have quarterly returns that are due. And then some people also have monthly stuff. So depending on what your business handles, yeah, and also there's some tax returns that are due in September. So basically, depending on what your business handles, you're essentially going to be having busy season, short break, busy season, short break, busy season, short break. And basically, every time you have any break period, you're essentially catching up on all the shit you need to do for busy season. This is why accountants burn out hella fast. Yeah, it depends on the business. Like, for example, I was a part-time employee, technically. I was doing about 20 hours a week. But even then, I was constantly behind. I was doing 20 hours a week because of my mental and physical health issues, you know? Woo, chronic illness. Yeah, let's go. But even then, you know, like, even just, like, we had clients that were on, like 5 to 10 hours a week, and their stuff would still be behind. And that's with bookkeeping. You work for a firm, so a lot of things are flat fee. Yeah, you get lower rates for a firm than using a freelance, but overall fees, staff range from 150 to 250 an hour, you're 400. Yeah, and like, that's kind of how the rates go. Is the more complicated your stuff and the higher level person you need working on it, the more it's going to cost. Some businesses do flat fee rates. Other businesses do like hourly rates where they total them up and calculate it. Some businesses kind of do a both thing where they'll say, you pay me X amount a month and that equals, you know, this many hours. And then if you need any more work, you can pay me extra. So it just kind of depends on what you're doing. Like, if all a business needs you to do is they give you their shit and you do their tax return, that takes a lot less time than, say, someone who needs you to go through all their frickin' paperwork and put all their information into their books. And then you have to verify that all the information is correct. And then you have to put that information into their tax return. But you also have to get them to give you all the frickin' documents for their tax return, and et cetera, especially if you're also doing other stuff, like payroll and paying bills and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, audits and reviews are really expensive because those require specialty skills. You need to have a specialty skill set in order to do an official audit, because those are extensive. You have to know like what to look for in their books, because to a normal person, it's just going to be numbers. But to someone doing an audit, you have to be able to tell the difference between what all of these random things mean and whether any of these are red flags, you know? And it can also involve research that has nothing to do with accounting, because you might have to look into the laws of a certain area. Like, is this considered a legal fee? Is this considered cost of goods sold? If I have a meal with a client, is it considered business deductible and at what rate? Like, that kind of stuff. You have to know all those laws, because if you're doing an audit or someone's books and you don't know the rules, you're not going to be able to tell what's wrong with the numbers if you don't understand what it is that's happening in there. And if you're doing someone's books, you have to understand how the system works. Because if you're trying to put something in this box and it needs to go in this box, or this box means this thing, like, you need to know that. Fun one you ran into, is a foreign pension actually a pension? Yeah, exactly. Like, if they have foreign stuff, that requires a whole other skill set. Or are they a not-for-profit? Are they an S-corp? Are they a sole proprietor? Are they an LLC? Are they actually an LLC, or did they just put LLC in their business name? Like, so, for if someone just wanted you to help them work through the tax return, that depends on what firm you are asking for help. Yeah, an LLC that checked the box to be an S-corp. A business that forgot to tell you that 2 years ago they've changed their business to an S-corp from an LLC, and you've been filing the wrong tax return for 3 years. So yeah, if you want someone to review your tax return with you, you can do that at accounting firms or like at H&R Block or any of those, but you could also find a small firm or a freelancer. So, like, for example, that is something I could theoretically help with as a freelance accountant with some basic knowledge in, like, simple tax returns, you know? Yeah, LLCs are taxable corporations in Canada, so that, yeah, and like, some people also have multiple things where, like, instead of having one business with a bunch of DBAs, they'll have like 6 businesses for some fucking reason. And so you have to file like, so a DBA means doing business as. So you can have one business license with basically like 6 different business names on it. It's a pseudonym for your business. But some people make a separate business license for each one of the businesses, but none of those businesses are LLCs or S Corps. So they're all filed under one tax return. So you have to file like 4 different additional documents for their frickin' businesses. And like maybe one of them is an S Corp and the others are LLCs, and this one's a sole proprietor. So this one just goes on their tax return, and these ones require special documents, and this one should be under this one but isn't, so you have to add it as a separate number, and it's just like, why? Yeah, it's basically Pokemon with legal. So an LLC is a limited liability corporation. A limited liability corporation basically means that you as the individual are not taking all of the responsibility. So if someone tries to sue the company, they can't sue you because you're a separate entity from the business. An S Corp, there's multiple different types of corporations, but corporations are basically even bigger. They essentially get into the, like, I am like an actual, like a corporation like Walmart and stuff. Corporations usually require different types of hierarchy, like they often require a board of directors and, multiple different things, whereas a limited liability company can just be like one dude. Yeah, LLC, S Corp, and C Corp are the 3 most common US corporation types. Exactly. Limited liability, the type of corporation that yeah, exactly. And a sole proprietor, also known as a sole prop, is basically just a person doing it by themselves. So, like, I am considered a sole prop. It's what small businesses do. Basically, you have a business license, and that's it. You file your tax return as an individual. All liability is taken directly onto yourself. There's nothing to protect you. That makes sense. Canada and the United States have a lot of cross-border tax stuff because a lot of people go to work in Canada, or they live in Canada and they go to work in the US, or they own something in Canada, or they have employees in Canada, or like they have investments in Canada or something. So it's not uncommon for United States and Canadian accountants to have to understand the laws in both jurisdictions for certain things. Yeah, so like an S Corp and a C Corp are basically, think of stuff like Walmart or Safeway. Those are corporations. Like they're businesses with boards of directors at the top, they have stock, etc. An LLC is basically like a baby corporation that like 1 to X number of people can make, so that if someone tries to sue them, it sues the business, not the individual, basically. It also has some slightly different tax stuff related to it. Yeah, S Corp and C Corp are different, but like it only really matters if you're trying to do, like there's a specific thing that makes them different. I don't remember. It's not like that important. It only really matters if you're looking at becoming an S Corp or a C Corp. Yeah, like there's it's just like, yeah, it's like a tax thing or something. An LLC is another name for GmbH in Germany. Interesting. Ah, there you go, Killer Flame. Thank you. Yeah, that S Corps and C Corps starts getting into the stuff that I only have very tangential knowledge of. I will moisten and adjust the goo. Thank you. Yeah, basically, like, yeah. So like, an S Corp is if you want the corporation benefits, but you're not necessarily doing all this stuff. Yeah, I'm more on the bookkeeping end of accounting. My specialty lies in taking care of people's books. What that refers to is You know when you get your bank statement and it has all of your numbers on it, and then it has your little total at the bottom? My specialty is taking that, categorizing everything into the separate places it goes. So yeah, they go, the numbers, Rena, what do they mean? Flow through refers to something simply passing from one end to the other, basically. It's also known as pass through. Basically, it means that you're just using something to take stuff from here to here, essentially. So basically, the idea is that an S Corp is only a corporation for tax purposes. A C Corp is a corporation in every other way, too, is basically what that means. So yeah, basically, S Corps and LLCs, not always LLCs, but frequently LLCs, will give you a separate tax document you have to put on your tax return. Whereas a sole proprietor and some types of LLCs, you just put the information directly on your tax return yourself without a separate document. Okay, S Corp might be reversed. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. So yeah, S Corps and C Corps are just like the way that it works for taxes and non-tax purposes, basically. Let's see. Yeah, so that's a pretty good example. Yeah, so either the S Corp is just a corporation for either liability protections or taxes. I'm not sure which, question mark. And then the C Corp, I think, is just everything. Yeah, so like, for example, there's actually two sides of accounting. There's the tax side, and there's the books side. Killer Flame specializes in the tax side. I specialize in the books side. I have a little bit of knowledge of this, and I imagine Killer Flame has a little bit of knowledge of this, because you kind of need knowledge of both to do it. Be a corporation held a savings account. A C Corp pays tax on the interest income. For an X Corp, the owner of the corporation pays tax. Yeah, exactly. So, bookkeeping involves looking at all of the income and expenses a business has, as well as all of their assets and liabilities. I can spell. I will explain what all these terms mean in a second. A tax return also needs this information, but it needs it differently. Yeah, M&A, insolvency, valuations, tax, payroll, and bookkeeping are all accounting. Exactly. That's why we're both accountants, even though we both do different things. So, bookkeeping. I can spell. Right? Who knew that you would learn about taxes from a deep sea slime? So, like, bookkeeping often involves expenses. Expenses are anything that the business pays out, right? So if you are paying money for a product, that's an expense. If you are paying money for rent, if you are paying money to repair something, right? Lol, no worries. We needed something to yap about while we're hanging out today. So, income is any money you receive. So, if someone buys a product, that's income. If someone, so that kind of thing. Assets are products or, so for example, an asset might be your inventory, unsold products, or maybe the building you own, or your little car. Those are all assets. Liabilities are going to be stuff like loans, so money that you owe. Unpaid payroll taxes, for example. Taxes are a liability. Loans from a bank are a liability. Yeah, so this is, all of that information is relevant to both bookkeeping and taxes. However, we both look at it differently. So, all of that information for a bookkeeper, the thing that asset is the thing that you own, have a right to, or that will benefit you, liability, the thing you need to pay, that you will pay, it will cost you. Exactly. And then expenses and income are the realized version of that. Expenses and income tend to be when a thing is actually happening. Assets and liability is like when the thing doesn't exist yet, basically. Like, that's not a perfect example, but, that kind of thing. So a bookkeeper takes all of that information. I will moisten again, thank you. Now you have to get those Cyclops glasses to sink into the goop, right? Exactly, I need to make myself my Cyclops glasses. So, a bookkeeper takes all of that various information and categorizes it with specific terms. And specifically, I mean, probably not. I imagine we'll finish talking about this eventually and then change topic to something else. Let me put on my little glasses. My glasses. Those are terrible glasses. Let me do that again. There we go. My Cyclops glasses. So here we are. We have my glasses. So when we have bookkeeping, I take all of your expenses and income and assets and liabilities and 80 million other things, and I put them in categories that the tax people need. So for example, when you buy something, it's not always the same tax ramification. If you buy something to sell it, that means something different than if you buy something to use in the business. And so I take all of that information and I put it in the relevant categories so the tax people can look at your reports and, one, file your tax return, but also so you can look at your reports and understand what the heck is happening. So that's kind of my job. I go through all of your information. I take your bank statements, I take your receipts, I take your credit cards, and I put it in there. So when Walmart buys an item to sell to you, they are buying an inventory item that is known as a cost of goods sold. That has a different ramification than Walmart buying a set of shelves to put the products on. Because a set of shelves is not something that they're giving to someone for money. A set of shelves is an item that it becomes an asset that they can then depreciate on their tax return, which basically means the value of it goes down over time, and that changes the tax ramifications. So, yeah, and so for example, when is sales tax applied to purchases? And when do you charge sales tax to other people? That is also something that I might be looking at and that your tax people might be looking at. So basically, I'm going into the nitty-gritty and looking at every single little item and making sure it's all categorized correctly, both for you and the tax person. The tax person is just looking at the bigger categories and making sure they're all going into the right places. Sometimes tax people will look at the smaller details, but generally that's only done if there's an issue. Normally, the smaller details is a bookkeeper's job. So that's kind of the difference there, is I'm taking all of your little information and I'm going, oh, you're a restaurant and you bought something from a restaurant supply company. That's probably stuff you're selling to customers. Or, oh, you're a gas station, but you bought lunch at this place. So then I need to contact you and go, hey, what did you buy this food for? Because the specific thing you bought the food for changes the tax category it's related to, so I need to put it in the right place so when your accountant looks at it to do your tax return, they know what box to put it in. That kind of shit. So yeah, that's kind of the difference between accounting and bookkeeping. And that's why there's a little bit of crossover, because the accountant doing the taxes needs to know if the numbers look right when they do the generic overview. And the bookkeeper needs to have a general idea of what each thing means so they can put it in the right place so that it can go over here to the accountant. So yeah. Nix, welcome in, welcome in. We're talking about taxes and the differences of the two sides of accounting, the tax side and the bookkeeping side. Because Killer Flame specializes in the tax side, and I specialize in the bookkeeping side. So yeah, we're discussing the differences. Yes, hello. Killer Flame is the tax, and I am the bookkeeping side. I can do a little bit of taxes. I have a little bit of knowledge. My knowledge on payroll taxes is a lot better than my knowledge on annual taxes. When someone dies, you have to do tax returns. Yeah. Because when someone dies, there's a lot of legal paperwork relating to handing over their assets, and often that requires you to do a special tax return. Because, yay! And that involves attorneys and accountants and 80 million other things. Yeah, there's a whole process. Yeah, the US has a lot more rules. Yep. And Nix knows about that because they have a PhD in morgue studies, which congratulations again on your graduation. Yeah, exactly. Accountants, if you're working at a good place, make a lot of money. Can make a lot of money. The general hourly rate for an accountant, if they're doing your taxes, at the cheap end, ranges from like $300 to $800. On the more expensive end, if you have like a CPA, that can range anywhere from several thousands of dollars an hour, depending on what they're doing. You're already a director? Congrats! That's amazing! And the other thing, yeah, and as you can see here, this is where some of the problem comes in for people working at firms. For example, I was making, when I quit, $38 an hour. Hang on, let's put this on the main part of the screen. I was making $38 an hour. My time was being charged out at somewhere between $150 and $250 an hour. You can see the discrepancy here. Killer Flame, for example, their charge out, as in how much the client is charged, is $400 an hour. They're making $75. This is kind of the problem that starts to come in, is the business will start charging more and more and more for you, but your pay doesn't go up that same amount. So they might start charging you here, right? Okay, that's equal. And then they increase it. Okay, they increase it. That's a bigger difference. And then they increase it more. But they don't really increase you that much more. Or if you're really unlucky, your pay just stays the same the whole frickin' time. Oh, I'm sorry, Nix. That is very sad. And also weirdly, related. I'm sure that you were able to help them with this, as much as you can, I imagine you were able to be a very calming presence for them. Because that must be very hard. Losing a little one is always difficult. But yeah, right, CPAs. CPAs are also very different from regular accountants. For example, I am not a CPA. Because being a CPA Certified public accountant. Certified. I can't spell. A certified public accountant. A certified. Yes, there we go. I do indeed have that lung issue, lol. Yep. Fun fact. Not so fun fact? Question mark? I did not realize how much easier it was to breathe when your lungs work properly, man. Oh my goodness. Chartered professional accountant because Canada, yeah. So they're all called CPAs for some reason, but they're slightly different. In the US, it's certified public accountant. In Canada, it's chartered professional accountant. But basically, it means that you have some type of higher degree, like a master's. You've taken a certain number of classes and knowledge. You've taken an ethics exam. And you're keeping up to date on current information, which requires you to do somewhere around 60 hours of professional education every 3 years. So you have to have higher education, and at least one of those degrees usually has to be tax related. Furio Crispo, welcome in, welcome in. I'm not sure why it's doing the same slime fact over and over again, but okay. So you usually have to have a master's. Captain Pirate Arab. Yeah, so in the US, I'm pretty sure you have to have a master's degree. I'm not 100% on that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. Ahab, I can read. Oh, that's interesting. So thinking of playing Koromon? Nice. Yeah, you can, Nix. Lobbying. Everything is so complicated because of lobbying. Companies in the United States have the ability to lobby the government to get shit that they want. And what that means is that they give them a bunch of money to pass laws that help the fucking companies. Yep, that's pretty much it. But not overtly. They have to do it like really sneaky. Like they'll be like, oh, let me donate money to your campaign. Oh, by the way, have I mentioned I really want this particular thing? And shit like that. Right, what? Yep, this thing right here. That's crazy, the Canadian Tax Act. And, well, and fun fact, tax law in the US frequently changes every 3 to 6 months. Keep in mind, these are related to taxes on an annual basis. So this might be how long you have to wait to pay your taxes. This is how often the tax law is changing. Yeah. And CPAs have to study all of this shit to keep up to date. Because as I mentioned, in the US, you need to have a higher degree, which I think is a master's degree in the US, but it sounds like you just need a degree relating to tax in Canada. And you have to do like 60 to 75 hours of professional education a year and take tests. It might just be a degree in a higher degree in tax. Like, it can't just be like a major or minor. I think you actually need to have like a minimum of a bachelor's. I can't frickin' remember. Reading over, Furio's telling us about the game mode. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nix. That's fucked up. What? I'm excited to hear. Yeah, like... Let's see. Killer Flame was saying, yeah, US has a lot of random changes, but apparently in Canada, they'll just add a whole ass new law. In the US, they just like to change our laws and do a bunch of weird shit. Apparently in Canada, they'll just be like, here, have new laws. You got a puppy? That's so exciting! What type of puppy? You have to go for a bit? Okay, sounds good, Magpie. See you when you get back. Yeah, I as well, Nix. I don't understand why people are like, why would you be mean to your funeral director? That's crazy. A degree plus a program ending in 3 days of testing. Yeah. Also, you have to pay a shit ton of money to be a CPA because you have to pay for all of your professional education and tests and ethics exams and a degree and 80 million other things all yourself, which is great. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, no, US taxes are kind of bullshit. Yes, if you're working with a firm, one of the biggest benefits of working with a company is that they will usually pay for the classes you have to take to keep your license, as well as your fees you have to pay for, like, your PTIN and your ethics exam and yada, yada, yada. However, if you're working by yourself, you don't have that. I know this because my mom is a CPA. That is why I have this little bit of knowledge about how CPAs work. So whenever people would be like, oh, Rena, do you want to be a CPA like your mom? I would laugh in their face. And then they'd give me a weird look, and I'd be like, no, I don't want to be a CPA. I don't think you understand how much work this takes. And then I would lay out all the shit I just told you guys, and they would be like, oh, I understand. And I'm like, yeah, no thanks. Especially because I'm not particularly interested in learning how to do complicated tax returns, because that's a pain in the ass. Yeah, why is everything so complex? Exactly, Gugu Rakasu. Because some people want to make money from loopholes, and it's the government's job to plug those loopholes. Also, because tax companies who lobby the government can make more money if your tax return is too complicated for you to do it yourself. You have my CPA because it's required for your job, but realistically just some letter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't, well, and for example, I can do taxes. Like, you don't need to be a CPA to do taxes. It's just most of them do. Like, I can file tax returns. I'm not a CPA. Yeah, exactly. Poor people get fucked. Yep. Yeah, there's no require. You can file your own taxes. It just looks better. Exactly. Also, firms are more likely to hire you if you're a CPA. CPAs are expected to, yeah, generally you only need a CPA if your shit is super fucking complicated or there's an issue. Your decades of experience, yeah, exactly. That is why, for example, fun fact, for example, and what, like, CPAs, I have to look at the game first, but if I enjoy it, I probably would do a Koromon live stream. Today we're just chilling. But yeah, like, for example, I've been doing bookkeeping for over 20 years today we're just yapping, under the watchful purview of a CPA. It's on Nintendo Switch. Cool. That's fun. So yeah, I have been, like, similarly to your experience is way more important than, like, the random qualifications it says you have. You'll be back? All right, Fox. Enjoy? ? I hope that you don't have any issues with your dishwasher or anything. Thank you for lurking. That's cool. They've got it on Steam, mobile, and Switch. That's neat. But yeah, like, for example, there are a lot of CPAs that have absolutely no fucking idea how to do bookkeeping because they don't ever do the books side. They just do the tax return side. Like, one of the CPAs that was at my old firm before I quit had zero idea how to do books. In fact, I was constantly having to go back and fix the shit that she would do because she would mess it up. A washing machine. I can read. Yeah, she's one of the main reason I quit. Yay. Heart. So yeah. Yeah, this. A lot of people at Killer's Firm has no clue what's happening. You have few bookkeeping files on top of your tax work. Exactly. And like one of the other problems is it's not just a random question, but what is my most hated villain? Okay, I will get to that in half a second. So it's also not uncommon for accountants and bookkeepers to get really stuck in their ways or just pull shit out of their ass. Like, they'll be like, oh, you have to do things this way. And it's like, you don't need to make JEs to edit transactions anymore, friend. The system has been updated. You can just change the transaction. You know, little stuff like that. Need to keep up. Yeah, and like, why would you put your clothes in the dishwasher? Because you have no other option, I guess. Yeah, and so like as a CPA, you kind of need to have a basic understanding of all of this stuff, especially if no one else in your firm does, just in order to like do things. Well, this shit right here is exactly the reason why me and Killer Flame burned out so hard at our firms, because we are the ones doing all of the nitty-gritty background shit. So like this is what the other people are doing. And maybe they see this stuff. And then we're also here doing all this other shit that no one's paying attention to because it's not relevant to their frickin' lives. But yeah. So like I used to run people's payroll. I would file their sales tax returns. We don't have income tax in my state, so I didn't need to worry about that. I would do all their bookkeeping, you know, I would help with their annual tax returns, I'd do their 1099s, blah, blah, blah. As my most hated villain in a movie. You're back from washing your clothes, yay! Aw, thank you. I appreciate it, Killer Flame. But yeah, I've actually been thinking. I've actually been thinking about looking into like VTuber and small business tax returns to help people with that sort of thing, so they don't have to find like a, you know, really expensive person to do it. Because if it's just like a basic sole proprietor tax return, I can do that. I can do that shit. So I guess the question on the note of the villain thing, I'm doing my part. Salute. Do you mean like villain I hate? Yeah. I'm on the cheaper end, partially just because I'm not a CPA and also partially because this is enough for me. I'm sure you're worth it though, because you actually have all that CPA knowledge, so that's gonna help. That helps out a lot if you have the more complicated stuff for businesses and things. You're worth it. You are worth the price, Killer Flame. That's what I have to keep telling myself. It's worth the price. Thank you, Blue Fox. That is something I am working very hard on, is not allowing myself to be taken advantage of and remembering that I am worth it and I should be paid an amount that I can live off of. You're also helping some streamers you mod for. Oh, that's fun. You still do some VTuber business stuff, kinda. Right, so when you say hated, do you mean like I hate them because they're like shitty? Or like love to hate? Like, oh, you are absolutely villainous and I dig it kind of thing. Okay. Like, I hate them because they're shit. Let's see. My most hated villain. What have I watched recently? See, one of the problems is either I hate the character, either because they're a shittily written character, or I despise them as a person. Because most well-written villains I actually like because I think they're cool or interesting. So I'm trying to go over, like, villains that I hate as opposed to villains that I think are neat. Like Joffrey was, like, written really well. I don't particularly hate him. I don't particularly like him. He's just kind of a shit. Cersei, I fucking hate as a character. And, like, I just think she's badly written. I just don't like her as a character. I think she's just not a good character. Not a good villain. I just don't like her. The first one, let's see. Yeah, that fucking Crispin or whatever his name is from Frozen is an asshole. He's a good villain to hate. Let's see, what animes have I watched? Because, like, Frieren, I love the demons. They're such an interesting take. It's really cool actually seeing Cruella de Vil. Yeah, she's a good one to hate. Yeah, the demons, I love them because they're an actually good take on orange and blue morality. I haven't actually seen the backstory movie for Cruella de Vil, though, so that'll be interesting. Like, too many stories will have like, I do really like the bad guys are actually good. I think that's a neat premise. But I love Frieren's take on demons because it's not about good or bad. It's just, the tiger does not care what the gazelle thinks, basically. They're just a predator thing, and I love that. Yeah, that's... It's pretty easy to hate the character that's just unilaterally evil. But yeah, no, like, the frickin'... Yeah, Cersei, I just don't like her as a character. I don't really like the way they handle a lot of the political intrigue and the characters in the original Game of Thrones TV show. It just bothers me because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Honestly, House of the Dragon is just a better version of Game of Thrones. And you cannot change my mind about that. Every plot in House of the Dragon is the exact same fucking plot as Game of Thrones, except better. Okay? Every single one. Every character. So, watch House of the Dragon instead of Game of Thrones. You love the voodoo dude in The Princess and the Frog. Yeah, like, that one, when people do stupid shit, like, it at least fits their character, and, like... It's annoying, but you're like, oh, you dumb son of a bitch, instead of just being like, God, this character is so badly written, what the fuck? Yeah, House of the Dragon is way better written. It actually does political intrigue and stupid people being stupid correctly. Because, like, a lot of the anime I've been watching recently, like, just has really good villains. Any story... I haven't really been watching stuff with villains in it. The Time Train. I don't know if I've heard about the Time Train. But yeah, like, pretty much any villain, like, that's badly written or, like, a creep, I'm gonna be like, oh, I hate you. But, like, I love the demons in Frieren. Might, Mist, and Mayhem is a manhwa about the protagonist is a villain, and it's just really interesting to see because he does not give a single fuck. I don't know if I've heard of Time Train. I haven't actually seen Gravity Falls either. I will... There's a really big gap in my movie watching and TV watching era. I'm more of a book person, because I dig reading. Alright, I'll have to try and see if Gravity Falls is on. I've heard a lot of people say it's really good. I've also heard Owl House is really good. So, like, I should probably sit down and actually watch that stuff. Like... I'll try to add it to, like, I'm not doing anything. Time Train. If you guys send me, like, put the messages about those in the Discord so I don't forget. because I will 110% forget, because ADHD, yay! My brain is a train with no tracks. Ah, woo! So yeah, I tend to read a lot more. So oftentimes I'll be like, oh, I love that book. Like I've been reading Freerin since it first came to me from across the high seas, as it was being released in a magazine. Um, so I was very excited for the anime. I'm glad they're doing it correctly too. Um, I, I'm. Does anyone know if Discord would have a problem with pirate links? Would we get in trouble for having that in the Discord server? Maybe. Um, Bill Cipher. Ah, just in a DM? Well, that should be fine. If it's just a DM, that should be fine. Like, I think that should be fine. I guess we'll find out. You could always just send me, like, the name of it. Okay, so we won't put it in the server, but it should be probably be okay to DM it to me. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and DM it to me. That should probably be fine. And I suppose if anyone else wants it, just like at Blue Fox in the server and be like, yo, DM me or something. Thank you for the. So you are a gray blob because you haven't purchased a color yet, my little friend. On YouTube, I need to figure out what the links and stuff are for you guys, but on Twitch, there is an add-on. I need to figure out what the link is for YouTube because it should work for YouTube as well, but I don't know it yet, and I'm still a little fried, so I haven't figured it out yet. But yeah, basically, these are the stream avatars, and gray is the default, and you can get colors. I need to figure out what the... So, Stream Avatars is this cute little program where I can create animations and stuff. You guys are all little slimes, and I have it set that anyone that chats pops up as a slime. And these little gray blobs are the default slimes. As you can see, some people have colors. That is because they have gone into the extension on Twitch and purchased the colors using the points that the program gives them for being in the stream. I need to get the URL so that you guys can open the extension in a separate browser window on YouTube. I just don't know where to find that yet, and I haven't sat down and done it. I only just got the shop unlocked for the colors like 2 days ago. So yeah, I just think these are fun because I see a lot of people have them where like the little things move at the bottom of their screen, and I thought it would be cute to make some, so I made everyone little slimes. So we can all be slimes together. The slime friends. Ba ba da ba. But yeah, Might, Mist, and Mayhem is really interesting. Alright, sounds good. Time Train. What is the plot of Time Train? Let's see. Because you were saying I should watch Gravity Falls? I'm just doodling with OBS Paint, lol. Ha ba blah blah. Give myself my little Cyclops glasses. Time Train. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I could make different forms and stuff for the slimes. It just takes me a while because hold on. Let me. I make all these animations myself by hand. As you guys can see. So I have to shape and color all of these animations myself. So currently, we have, this is the stationary animation right here. This is the walking animation. This is the sitting, standing, and jumping. So I had to make all of these animations by hand, and then I had to put the shading for the animations. And then I had to make a separate animation for the core. And like, I can totally make them evolve by like giving other forms that you can purchase with more points and stuff. I just have to make them. So it takes a while. Because first I had to put all these guys together, and then I had to make them all the different colors. Which I'm not quite done with the rainbow one yet. Zoetrope. What's Zoetrope? And I did pixel art just because I think it looked better. So yeah. This is called a sprite sheet, fun fact for anyone who hasn't seen what pixel art sprite sheets look like. This is basically what people use when they're making like 2D video games. You basically just have something like this, and these animations play whenever certain actions are done. Clay art stop motion. Interesting. So yeah, that is why we just have these little slimes for now. Because I also like want to work on my model, because I'm working on making my heart an opal instead of just a regular heart. Of like a guy jumping. That's interesting. So yeah, you can see here I've got my work in progress of turning my my heart into an opal. All right, perfect. Thank you, Blue Fox. Like there's a because I think I've seen like the things like where like the horse is moving, where it's like a still. Or, oh, yeah, no, like the thing where, like, there's a bunch of still pictures and then you spin it and it, like, makes a thing happen. Yeah, that makes sense, yes. Sprite sheets are pretty much exactly that. If you move something fast enough, you can't see that it's not smoothly moving. I think the current topic is sprite sheets and art, but I think that it kind of just ended. So, like, if we've got anything else that you guys are curious about or want to yap about. But yeah, on the note of villains that I like, Might, Mist, and Mayhem is really interesting. That's the English name on Webtoon. That's a villain one, but it's the type of villain that's like, we're following along with someone on their revenge quest. You have to make every single movement by hand and at the spinning table, and then, yeah. That's kind of how sprite sheets work, except we have a program do the spinning part for us. Lol. Well, like, I actually have a Photoshop animation that's kind of that same thing, too. Just to warn you that the site you sent is new and using it yourself. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for the heads up, Blue Fox. Let me find my emotes. Okay, so as you can see, here we have this. At the bottom, you can see right here that we have, these are my still frames. These are the only frames involved in this animation. And it's getting a little freezy because of lag. But that is what turned into this animated emote. So like, sprite sheets and animation are really interesting because it's basically just keyframes with occasional stuff in between. Because like, let me disconnect stream avatars real quick. So if we go into the avatars, let me close my Photoshop. You can see right here that each of these is a single frame of animation, right? This is the frames that I had in Photoshop. And what I did is I told it, this is the speed at which each of these frames should go, which is the same thing I did in Photoshop. And that turns it from a bunch of still images into this. Or this. Or this little squishy boy. Or this little crazy spin. So like, it's kind of a speed thing. If you have the right frames in the right order, it can create what appears to be a smooth motion, despite the fact that this isn't a smooth motion. It looks like this. But when you speed them up correctly, you can create an animation. Now this is the same way they do like animated emotes or video game, 2D video games, stuff like that. You know, lots of fun things. That's the wrong place. I need to be here. So yeah. Boop, boop. Poking the little slimes. Anyone else have anything they're curious about? While I put on my bee balm because my lips are dry. That was the sound of me putting the lid back on, lol. Habwa. No more dry lips. Checking out my games that I have. So I'm wondering if I have just like a chill poke game. I'm not sure. Got a couple things I haven't like tried to play yet, but hee. So yeah, that's we've talked about tax season and the difference between taxes and bookkeeping. We've talked about villains. Yeah, the other thing is I'm like I engage in a lot of media, So, like, I'm that person that is like, oh no, I've subscribed to over 500 webtoons, and now I have to unsubscribe if I want to follow more. Lofty Studies. I'm not sure. What's Lofty Studies? For a second, I thought you were saying Lo-Fi Studios, and I was like, the like study support game. A YouTuber. That might be why it sounds familiar. What type of content does he make? Poke poke. Ah whoop. Hee hee. Hawa! Whoops. Funny thing, you pirate model and manga and model as well as anime because you're too poor and webtoon mobile friendly only. Yeah. Yep. Lofty versus Mario. Here, let me give you the Discord link. Furio. That way, if you want to like share any of this stuff in the Discord, you can. There you go. Ah whoop. Yee. Yeah, I was originally getting all my stuff on the high seas, but all of the companies, like the manhwa companies, went into like hyper destroy all of the high seas, poison the ocean. Welcome in, Westlow. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Shout out for Westlow Findings. Westlow Findings is a bat. That's kind of all you need to know, but I will give more explanation. Westlow does art and video games and makes video games and many cool things. Go hang out for the yap. You're just a bat. That's it. That's the whole explanation. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. If you need to raid and run, please do. Make sure to take care of yourself. That is why we're having a chill stream today, because I am taking care of myself. So, yeah. Yes, we will. Wrong button. Help. Flower. You do art, you make game, you play game. Am fruit bat allergic to fruit? Rip. Rip the flute bat. The flute bat. The flute bat. Flower. I put on the flower. Fun fact, this is the flower from the slime cores. The Twitch channel points image is what that is. Let me show you guys. Because I drew it and was like, wow, that turned out really pretty. Dang. I should put that on as a toggle on my model. I think it's in this file. Is it? It is. Ta-da! This is the little flower. I'll remove the goop. See? I just took this flower and I put it on my head. So yeah, that's the slime core. This is what the channel points are. The slime cores. I thought that they would be cute. It's kind of like Shikan no Tama vibe because I like Inuyasha. But yeah, And then the sakura flower is just because I think they're pretty. This is an example of one of those things that I was just kind of drawing and it just sort of worked. And I was like, wow, this looks really good. I'm like, I don't know how did this happen? How did I do this? Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, I thought it turned out really cute. So yes, now we have flower. And I'm glad you like it here, Furio. Thank you. I hope you guys had fun over there, Westlow. What were you doing? And thank you all for stopping by. I hope you had a lovely time over with the bat. Did you have fun? Were you playing games? Were you making games? What were you doing? We've just been chilling and chatting. Because I wanted to stream, but my body was like, you're gonna regret waking up this morning. I was like, oh, okay. Thanks, I guess. Did a few peak runs. Ooh, nice. Played a little Dead by Daylight, then played a ton of comp Overwatch. 6 hours? Nice. Make sure you take a break and take care of yourself, West, if you're feeling tired, though I won't say no if you want to hang out. Depends on the video and why we're watching it. The breaks are stupid. Lol, I figured you were joking. Oh yeah, additional fun fact. These little pieces of slime are actually from the subscription badges. What file are my subscription badges in? Hold on, let me see if I can find them. For roses, you're gonna go take a shower. Yeah, oh, yeah, I can see why you'd want to get that oil paint residue off your arms. Thank you so much for the raid in, Wes, and enjoy being clean. All right, go and drink that shower. And we'll see you later. Oh, yeah, art tax. Let me see. You can send me the art tax while I try to figure out what PSD, also known as Photoshop save dot thing, file my badges, my stream badges are in. Where did I put them? There they are. They're in the one called badges. Who would have thought? So this is a little spoiler, I guess, on the badges. So as you can see, this badge is this one right here. And then this little goop I put right there. And then as they upgrade, some of this goop I put over here. So. And I might have taken this and moved them into this as the badges. But yeah, I put the channel points as one of the flares, and then some little hearts I made that were cute. So yeah, fun stuff. Oh. How long is the Lofty versus Mario video? Unless we're doing like a let's talk about, videos. Yee. Let me know when you've posted the art tax, Westlow. Feel free, you can post links in the chat, so if you want to like slap it in Discord and then like use the Discord link to put it in the Twitch chat, that's totally fine. You hit me in DMs? Nice. Ooh, cute. Do you want me to share on stream? Or more like, do you mind if I share on stream? Yee. Let's go. Ta-da! Look at this pretty oil painting that Westlow made. Look at it. Right? I love the little mountain in the background. Like, the specific details you did with the lighter highlighting and stuff is really great. Yee. Yeah, you can totally tell, like, there's snow on the mountain. So yes, Westlow, everyone says that you made a beautiful oil painting. Bask in the compliments. I like the way that the light is on the waterfall too. Ooh, that could be really fun. If you do that, definitely send me an updated picture. I'd love to see it. I clicked the wrong thing again. For now, I don't know if I'll watch that video on stream for you, but I will definitely watch it if you post it in the Discord. So yes, enjoy your shower, get clean. You did a lovely painting. You earned the rest. So there will be a damp bat. I have like some music and stuff I could probably play. Furio was just asking if we could watch a specific video, and so I was checking what video they were asking about. Because I do have like music and stuff I can play. Or like if I wanted to be like, hey, listen to this cool song. But for today, I think we just chillin' and yapping. Talking about games. Or we haven't talked about games yet. Yeah, one of the funny things is because I read, so I think I got distracted because we got the raid right as I was saying this. I forgot to do my, hi everyone that raided in, that may or may not be here anymore. I love you all. Thank you for coming over with Westlow and supporting our lovely bat, who is now going and cleaning the hard-worked oil paint stains off of their flesh. Sentences, man. Who knows how to speak English? Not me, that's for sure. So the I am Rena, the slime. I'm a shape-shifting deep sea slime who is a variety streamer. I'm here to hang out and chill and have fun. Normally, I would be like playing games or doing art or something like that, but my body decided to rebel against existence this morning, so we just chillin' today because I am feeling a lot better, but I'm still not 110% back to normal. So, yee. So we chillin' and chattin'. And eventually I'm also going to do at least monthly yapping streams where we kind of do like big deep dives into like my various takes on different media and like other people's takes on media, and also some hear me outs. Some Smasher Pass hear me outs, because I thought you guys might find that interesting. Because a lot of times when people are doing like monster related stuff, they're like, oh, I like this, ignoring the fact that it's a monster, or what if we pretend the Pokemon isn't a Pokemon? And I'm like, I mean, like, I guess that works, but like, I figured people might be interested to hear from someone who, yeah, like, but why though? Who actually thinks the monster is attractive because it's a monster. Like, I don't really think humans are attractive. They might find it interesting to know why, instead of it just being like, I mean, the vibe. I feel like they'd be a really cocky person, and I'm like, I mean, I feel like that kind of defeats the point, but whatevs. Like, I'm not gonna yuck your yum. Like, you do whatever. We good, fam. I wouldn't really say I collect Lego, partially because it's expensive and I only have so much space and I've got other stuff to collect, but I do think Lego is cool. Boop. I love that I can, like, poke things. My spouse is big into Lego, though. I've never really been good at building with Lego. Like, I can build the thing they tell me to build, and then they'll be like, build your own thing. And I'm like, help. How? What? I honestly, I think part of my problem is I'll have an idea and then like I won't have the parts to make it happen because my brain is too freeform for Lego. As weird as that sounds. I'm like, oh, I want it to do this. And then I'm like, wait, I don't have any parts that are physically capable of doing that. Rip. I do like building like houses and stuff in games, like in survival games and stuff, though. So that's kind of Lego. Yeah, you can't build what you want half the time. Yeah, I think that's one of the issues sometimes is because the Legos, like you have to actually get them. You sometimes want to do something you just don't have the pieces for. It's like when you're too early in a survival game and you haven't unlocked the parts yet. Yeah, or they're expensive. Or even more annoying, when you find out that the part you want in a survival game doesn't exist. Like, they never made a piece with that ability, and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll just never live my dream then. Like, oh, I can't wait till I get a roof that's angled this way, and then you find out there just is not a roof that angles that way, and you're like, oh, whatever, I guess, this is fine. I'll figure it out. Or the part exists, but they never put it in the game. Like, they'll be like a removed asset or an asset that was never in the game, and if you put it in your game, your save crashes, and you're like, you monsters, how could you? Taunting me with this. Actually, one thing I was really excited about was how many different types of roof pieces Windrose has. That was cool. If you had an Omnitrix, what aliens do you want? If Omnitrix is a thing from Ben 10, right? Like, I would need to check what the aliens are. You know what? Some people were suggesting I do an entire Smasher Pass with the Ben 10 thing, so maybe I should just make that one of my Smasher Passes. Is we just pull up all of the Ben 10 aliens and be like, all right, Smasher Pass. Is that what you guys want to do today? Should we Smasher Pass the Ben 10 aliens? Hold on, let me go to Google. Pull up like the wiki or whatever. Whoops, my bad. How do I find like a good just image that's like, here are all of the aliens? I'm an adult, thank you. Let me through.
Motion detected at front door.
Give me a, let's see. Yes. Obviously. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that, Killer. We are talking about the alien species themselves, not the child who is metamorphosizing into the form of an adult alien. Thank you. Correct. There's a tier list website. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. the 10, yeah, that, no. I may be a monster fucker, but that doesn't mean I don't understand what consent is, and children can't consent, so that's not even an option. That was my Alexa telling me that something moved at my door. So that was a delivery. Is this? Hang on. Is this all the Ben 10 aliens? Does this actually have all of the Ben 10 aliens on it. How do I wish I could see them bigger than this. I wish there was a good just like, what are all of the things the Omnitrix can turn into? Yes, my slime was wearing a Mimikyu costume because I accidentally hit the 0 button because I was typing in the word 10 into Google. Because what I'd really like is something that actually shows me, like, the picture of all of the aliens. Hang on, let's look up the Omnitrix. Oh, yeah, let me just put myself on Do Not Disturb, and then the pings won't come through. And then you don't have to worry about DMing me. I guess maybe we'll just go to the Alien tab. Ben in the future is Ben 10,000. That's funny. Your favorite alien is Overflow. Okay. So... yeah, that list does not seem comprehensive to all of the aliens that are in the show. Yeah, according to this, there are 819 aliens. So, I guess we're just gonna go through them one at a time. We'll just go through this and see how it goes. That's interesting. Apparently he's evil. So according to the wiki, this guy is an ancient evil sorcerer. He seems like some sort of turtle thing. Like, is that fur on his back? Yeah, okay, so, like, normally they're just, like, turtles that, like, stand... Let's see. Yeah, because, like, it looks like this is the normal alien. And this is the evil sorcerer alien. Yeah. One weird alien you don't like is the eye guy. So yeah, this looks like it's one of the named people of the race. Like, maybe it's just the angle of this, but I don't like how, like, human bear in a turtle shell this is giving. Something about this I actually kind of prefer. I think it's it's a little too human. This is a little too human for me. Like, this is just a guy in, like, a turtle shell. It's, like, a little weird. I do like the paw things. I do prefer the evil one. There's something about, like, him not having, like, I think it's maybe because he's old, I don't know, but, like, they've got his limbs and his body shape is, like, less human looking than the other guy. I also really like the fire head. Like, does he have a neck? Can you stick your hands inside there? Like, I kind of want to know. So yeah, I do like the shape of the hands, too. That seems like you could get kind of, like, that big, like, fuzzy, like, wrap around your head sort of thing. So, like, yeah, no, this shape is definitely better, I think. And I like that. I'm very curious how the shell works, though. So yeah, so for this guy, I'd be like, yeah, okay, probably. And then for this guy, like, no thanks. I think I'm good. I think we're good. What is this? Is a fruit vendor of Undertown. I think it would depend very heavily on if he was stinky. Because, like, this definitely gives I would smell kind of weird vibes. So, like, it's a little too, like, slapped together, I think. Like, this feels less like an alien species and more like someone slapped two different dolls together, I feel like. Because, like, I do think the strawberry on its head is kind of cute. I don't know what the dongle things are. Like, I feel like I'd want to know, like, how does it move? Welcome in, Noel. Yes, Killer Flame decided to come in and gift 101 gift subs last stream, which just is still absolutely crazy and amazing. Thank you again, Killer Flame. So yeah, you probably got a gift sub in that absolute sub bomb that he dropped in the channel because we're accountant twinsies. You have come in for... Thank you. You have come in for our subdued, laid-back alien smasher pass, I guess, because I was like, yay, stream, and then I got up and my body was like, haha, nope. So I was feeling good enough to stream, but probably not to play a game. So we've been yapping, and someone was asking what I thought about the Ben 10 ones, and this was not the first time someone has asked me about the Ben 10 aliens, so we're just gonna kind of go through, and I'm gonna describe which ones I like. I don't mind, Furio, go ahead. So now we're talking about what I like about the different aliens. And for reference, the actual alien species, not the child. Correct. The alien species that we are assuming are all consenting adults in this scenario. Because, fun fact about the little slime, I'm ace, in the sense that I don't find humans attractive. What I do find attractive are monsters and non-humans. As I like to jokingly say, but only kind of a joke, the less human, the better. So we're going over all of the aliens, because why not? It gives us something to yap about for the next hour. And we were just commenting on how this guy just looks like someone put a sock on a goat. Zskiar. No, wait, 2 hours. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, 2 hours. I can tell time. Yeah, it kind of looks like someone put a sock on a goat, which is just sort of like, okay. I guess not. I feel like individually there are parts that could be appealing, but like as all together, it's just kind of like, eh? So like, that's my take on this one. I will moisten some, and then we will go and look. We're just kind of going through them in alphabetical order. You would smash as a skier. What is this? That's just a dude with holes in his chest? So, I do dig the holes in the chest. I'm not sure why, but there's something about, like, a gaping cavity in a torso that, like, really gets me, but this is just a guy. So, like, bonus points for the gaping cavity in the torso. This has no image, so we're just going to skip this one. This is going to be the inherent problem, though, I've noticed with a lot of the Ben 10 aliens. It's like most of them are just a dude. I really wish there were more monsters and stuff that weren't just like a guy. Like, this one is better. I like the mouth shape. Like, that is cool. But, like, the ears are nice. I think with, like, the... Thank you so much for the follow, Noah. I'm glad you're enjoying my... This guy's just way too human, I say, while pointing at the alien. Like, the way that they stand is better than Turtle Man. I think it helps that, like, their limbs are disproportionate, so it removes some of, like, the human vibe. Hello, Strawberry Fairy! We're doing pseudo Smasher Pass for all of the Ben 10 aliens, and by the Ben 10 aliens, we mean the adult aliens that are not the child transformed into an alien, because we value adults consenting on this channel. So, I like the mouth. The mouth is cool. It's kind of like, sure, whatever. Like, that's kind of the vibe there. We're looking at Alan's donor? Oh, this is an alien. Okay, that was used to turn someone else into something. Once again, I think that disproportionate limbs really help remove some of the, like, it's basically just a dude thing. I do also like the exoskeleton over the glowing tissue thing. Like, this exoskeleton is obviously solid, but is this? Like, if you stuck your fingers in it, would it be warm? That could be interesting. I'm intrigued. That is a child. What? I get that it's a kid's cartoon, but what is with the slapping a doll's head on a different doll's body aesthetic? Like, it throws me off a little bit. Like, the head is kind of whatever. I don't really get what's going on. Spiky teeth are interesting. Like, the body, I feel like, is better. Like, if we just removed the head from the equation, maybe I'd be a little more interested, but, like, It legitimately looks like someone ripped the head off one doll and slapped it on a different doll, and that just kind of throws me off. Random alien frog people. You can't really see a whole lot of these guys, but, like, once again, just, like, a dude with a fish head. Like, whatever. I do like the scales, so that's cool. I don't really have a whole lot to say about that one, because we can't actually see the whole person. Oh, this isn't a kid? Oh, he's still just like a human dude. It's a guy. Alright, well, I mean, like, that's a dude. I don't particularly care, like... Yeah, that's a dude. Does he have, like, a non-human form? Ah, okay. He's a Galvin. Okay, so we should come across his actual species later in this, then. Ooh. So, obviously, he's got, like, he's a dude, but I feel like that jaw is really doing a lot of work. And those hands, like, the open part in the side of his jaw is like, with the, like, almost like the faceplate that covers up part of his head. That's nice. I'm digging that. Like, that, yeah. I'm also really curious about the hands. Like, I bet it would, like, because, like, the hole in the hands and, like, the really interesting, like, physique that seems like running your hands along it would feel really nice. Like, I feel like that, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I like this guy. I appreciate. Okay, he was once an alien. And then, this random person, that's kind of like, whatever. I don't know. I think I'd want to see the rest of them, but, like, the head is fine. Like, I don't really have any particular thoughts on that one. The winner of an alien contest. Okay. Are there any better pictures of this character? That did not help me make it, like, that makes me even less interested. I'm gonna be real. I'm like, okay, whatever. We'll just continue on. That's just a guy, but, like, he looks like he's one of those Easter Island heads. Or, like, a little gray or something. Oh. Interesting. The arms are why he got the little arms? Yeah, that's why some of them I'm just kind of like, whatever, because it's just like, it's a kid's show. Like, some of them I'm like, yeah. Well, I feel like it's kind of funny that so far the one I've been the most like, oh, hello, is the person from the comic book. So this guy, like, the face is kind of whatever. He looks sort of like the Hamburglar if you gave him some extra arms, which is just kind of whatever, but I am curious how the heck those arms work. Like, what is up with that? I already clicked on this guy. Here we go. Alien slug. Yes. I suppose I should probably actually clarify that. I don't know, I think the alien slug is cool. I would be curious what the skin feels like. The gaping hole jaw is interesting. I don't really have any specific comments on it. Just trees that shoot fire? Yeah, the dune worm thing, basically. Yeah, like tremors, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, all right, I'm interested. And I don't really have any particular. It's just like a tree with a dude's face on it. Like, the tree part is cool, but, like, the face is, like, whatever. Ooh. So we have Cthulhu. This, like, the Cthulhu part, yeah, that's good. The rest of it is, like, whatever. But, like, we can work with this and the feats. Once again, the disproportionate physique kind of helps with making it a little bit less like, that's a guy. I love the way that they did the shape of the head on this one. Yes. I like how sometimes you can hear my opinion before I actually say anything. Nice. Seagoat, welcome in. As always, thank you so much for the bits. Seagoat is another lovely, lovely streamer who makes amazing music, makes games, does pixel art, the whole thing. So if you're interested in a very silly time with some great music, go ahead and head over there. No, we are yapping because this morning my body decided to be like, haha, rip. So I'm taking a low-key stream today, and this is now like the second or third time I've been asked about a Smasher Pass for the Ben 10 aliens, so here we are. We're just going through the wiki, and I am sharing my opinion on the Ben 10 aliens. I guess what I'll do for funsies is I will leave the ones that I was like, okay, open, so then we can like go through and look at all the ones that I was more interested in. So we are going with the alien species that his watch is based off of, not the child. Not Ben 10's aliens. The alien species from the TV show. Yeah, no, we've had that conversation a couple times. We're like, we are assuming that this is the alien species, not like an adult of the alien species, not the child metamorphosized into the alien. Yeah. This is kind of whatever. That's just a dude. Either way, honestly, that's just a guy. Oh, there's that weird thing that was dressed up as a clown on that prior thing. I've seen a smidge of the original Ben 10 TV show. I didn't know they were making a new comic. That's interesting. It's kind of like, whatever. This is another one. That'd be why everyone's talking about Ben 10 recently. I was wondering why it kept coming up when people were like, oh, have you considered doing a Smasher Pass for the Ben 10 aliens? Yeah. That's interesting. Is that the reboot that I'm occasionally seeing stuff popping up on the wiki for? Let's see. New Ben 10 TV show. I did the thing again. Ah, new comic book. A reboot of a reboot of a reboot. Ah, that's how it works. Don't do the reboot of the comics. The reboot sucks ass. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry for all the Ben 10 fans that the reboot sucks. I don't have any particular opinions on it because I only watched a little bit of the show back in ye olde days, but having something that's good get a shitty reboot is just shit. Like 20 years ago. So this guy is another one of those, like, he kind of looks like someone slapped two different toys together. Like, just nothing about him particularly stands out. Like, the wings are vaguely interesting, but I can't tell if that's a part of his body or not. Is that just clothes? Like, what is going on? So, that's just like a little gray dude. I don't have any particular opinions on this. Yet, another one of those people. It's not bad as people say it is, very cartoony and childish. It's a bad reboot, but an okay show. Okay. Like, the super huge jaw that opens on the side with a separate section is interesting, but, like, the rest of him is just sort of whatever. I feel like this guy right here is much more interesting. Like, this, good. This is like, that's kind of I'm like, okay, yeah, that's kind of interesting, but like, on the rest. You prefer OG and the others more. The reboot is just Looney Tunes. Jean Marie, welcome in. Thank you so much for using your limited internet on me. We're doing Smasher Pass Ben 10 because I'm a monster fucker and people keep asking me to Smasher Pass the Ben 10 aliens. For the record, not the child. The actual aliens that he, like the original species that are adults. I will moisten, thank you. Yeah, because I remember the original show, like I didn't get to see the full plot of it, but I remember it existing. Yes, I will adjust. Thank you all for taking care of me. So this guy is kind of... what? Like, he's interesting. But I feel like other than his, like, face and the specific way his shoulder anatomy is, I do like the hands and the feet. Okay. That's interesting to know. Yeah, I am no way caught up on the lore. So, like, the feet and the hands, interesting. The face, it's okay, it's pretty good. But it's not, like, overall, it's just kind of like, he's interesting, but, like, not particularly, like, my vibe all the way, you know? Once again, I think a lot of these are suffering from, that's just a guy. That's just a guy in a bug suit. So... yes. I like this one. Oh, that's an interesting lore. that the art reboot happened because of Alien X. So I specifically like this version. I don't really like the reboot. I don't like the way they turned it into feet. I don't like that as much. This is much better because this now looks like a someone wearing an outfit. This is a sapient jellyfish. Why did this open in a whole new tab? Like, I'm not upset, I'm just confused. Alien X messes with the universe, goes for use hobbit seed to male for me, so it only cited female, or okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think this is better. That's funny. You did redeem the Mimikyu onesie. Let me get cozy. Here we are, my friends. We are cozy. Yay. Yeah, because I like the way that his eyeballs are just, like, sitting on top. And his, like, little tendril things. Like, I bet you could get, like, he'd wrap around you and you get hella cozy. So, like, I can dig it. I can dig this. This is good. I like this. I can't really tell what he looks like on the inside. Like, he's got a tail, but, like, he's just wearing a suit of armor, so... What time is remind me in Pacific time, what time your normal... that is his skin. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing anything at 10 p.m. on Monday. I'm more intrigued by the fact that this is his body? So, like, bonus points for that? Oh, yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, go ahead and hit me up about that. So, bonus points, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm curious, like, how... Because I could always shift my Monday stream later, Seagoat, because then we can just do whatever we're doing together. Yeah, I'm curious, like, how much does he feel? Because he does have a lot of those, like, divots that would be fun to, like, touch and fiddle with and such. So, like, alright. I'm potentially, I'm interested. That's just a guy. So, I know that I was shitting on the ones that look like someone stuck a bunch of dolls together earlier, and I'm about to sound like a hell of a hypocrite, but I do kind of like this one, actually. Honestly, it's the tentacle head. I think that's carrying it for me, really. Like, I'm interested. I think that Alien 5 is better. I like tentacles, okay? Give me a break. Cthulhu heads are my jam. I like the rest of this. I'm not sure about, so I'm probably not going to put it in the list because I feel like Alien 5 is better. But I'm intrigued. We could see more. Like, I'm willing to see where this goes. Visual and Demon Draken form, whatever's gonna be your soulmate. Vilgax. You remember the female version was hot as fuck? Alright, we'll have to see. So far, a lot of people have been mentioning the aliens that are, like, at the end of the list. So, I'll have to try to speed through this a little, I think. This guy is just, like, a guy? Like, his teeth are neat, but, like, he's just a dude? This is just a lady. But I'm very curious about, like, what is inside? What is inside that, wrapping? Maybe. It's not, like, this isn't anything particular. It's like, whatever. There are parts of this design I like, and parts of this design that are kind of whatever. Like, this part of the feet, yeah, I like that a lot. The rest of this is a little, like... The wrapping is their body. Intriguing. I'm forgetting to actually say smash or pass, my bad. Shower helped. Welcome back. You're back just in time for us to continue the adult members of the various alien species that exist in the Ben 10 cinematic universe. Which ones am I attracted to? It's smash or pass, air quotes. I guess it's technically would I is more accurate, but like this guy, like I like the legs, but the rest of him, like normally I like furry things, but there's just something about the way that like his torso and like the way his head is set up that is just kind of like Like his head, yeah, like his proportions are just kind of off. Like he doesn't, this seems like a mask almost. Like it doesn't look like it belongs to his body. I'm glad y'all are enjoying yourself. I'm just gonna open a little batch of them and then scroll down. So just like a slime? So I don't really like, for the slime, yes. Good. Squishy, stick fingers in, much good. For the human-y ones, It was kind of like this one, no, not particularly fond of. I'm curious why she has 3 eyes at this angle, but like the rest of it's just kind of like whatever. So like, yes, no. Like, I wish I could see what the rest of her looked like. She's not quite as immediate of a like, oh hey, as these guys, I think. But I guess we can put her over there for now. There is nothing here. That is just a dude. Once again. Like, the teeth are kind of interesting, but otherwise it's just like, whatever, it's just a guy. I'm glad y'all are enjoying yourselves. I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's like anime orc. Which, like, I feel like it's not even the interesting versions, you know? The tongue. What? Yeah, this is just like a random... And it's not even the interesting one. I'm curious about this guy. Like, there's something about the shape. I'm just like, okay, I'm intrigued. The face is a little doofy, but like the shape of the mouth and that eye thing, I'm like, okay. This is like not like I don't have any particular thoughts Like, he's just a mouse with a weird face? Oh, you're talking about this one. He's just kind of like a rat. And, like, I feel like he's sort of nondescript. Like, he doesn't have any particular features that draw my attention. Like, maybe there's a couple things like, oh, the ears are kind of cute. But, like, all of it put together is just sort of whatever. And that's just a fat rat. He's a porcupine. Oh, you're saying this guy has a long, slimy tongue? This is actually makes it even more of a yes, this image. Look at the way his little, like, his feet have the little claws and his face went all, like, feral. Yeah, that's good. Also, he can shoot laser beams, apparently, which is amazing. So... let's see. This is another one of those, like, they're just a robot dude, which I think I prefer the other one, but now I can at least see what's going on there. This is another, like, this one is literally just a guy in a robot suit. If it wasn't as, like, a dude, I would be more interested, I think. But, like, the wings are a little like I slapped a backpack on. And, like, once again, like, the rest of his limbs are just way too human for me, I think. Because, like, he has some pieces that are interesting, like the way that these, like, little jet things exist. There are elements of this I am intrigued by. Like, the weird energy things. But, like, as a whole put together, it's like, eh. This one I feel like is a little better, but it's still just kind of like, as a whole put together, it's like, eh. Just like a guy in a suit. Grandpa Max, he's smashing everyone. That's funny. What is it with all the residents of Undertown in this show? Like, it's just... If he wasn't such a scrungly guy, maybe I would think about it. But, like, there's just other parts of it that just kind of put me off. Like, the weird belly button thing. And, like, his angry face. And this is just a lady. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about this one. I think this is another one that, like, has interesting features, but kind of sort of starts to fall into, like, that's a dude. Look at the male version of the bullfrangs. Okay. We haven't quite gotten there yet, but I will. They got tongues. Look up Zaleen. That one's Max's FB, and the other one is Verdonia. It's just energy. So I think these ones are a, like... I feel like they could be more. Because it's just like... Some of the head shape is interesting, but they don't really have anything else going for them. 80 million Asmuth pages, apparently. That's just a dude. Alright. into the B section. So currently I'm just going through the wiki. I have absolutely no idea about any of the other stuff, but if I finish with time to spare, y'all are totally free to send me pictures of other stuff and I will include that in my takes. So these are babies. Which means no matter how much I am intrigued by their design, that's not what they're going to look like as grown-ups. I'm intrigued. Okay. That's the actual race. I feel like it loses some of this, like, the wings are so much smaller in this form, and it gets so much more, like, human looking, but I'm potentially, we'll get back to that one when we actually hit that point in the count. Yeah. This is another, like, just a dude, but, once again, I do like the feet. The head is pretty okay. But, like, he's got to have that, like, machismo, muscly man-ness, so, like, the rest of it's just kind of like, whatever. A dude. The issue with the moth is old one hooded monk humanoid and skin, new one buff rib. Yeah. I think the biggest problem I'm encountering is that, like, most of the Ben 10 aliens are just, like, a guy. Because, like, there are elements of this design that are interesting. Here's my real question. Is this the eyes, or is this the eyes? I think if this was the eyes, that's better. So, like, I'm intrigued. We'll put him over in the... Okay, yeah. We'll have to come back. I don't like this one. That's just a guy. It's the bailiff. That's what I think I'm here for. I like the way the arm is, like, melting. Yeah, I like this guy a lot more than the other one. We'll come back to this later. It's a bug. I like this bottom part, but the head, I'm not sure about. Rena, the pseudo-hyponic slime, is disappointed in the variety of humanoid design. Shocker. Should I reopen that tab and just slide it over here? I mean that I'm intrigued by whatever's happening here. Of course they are. We're just gonna, like, completely independent of politics. I mean, like, look at, they're like, they've got, like, the weird eyes, and this one's got, like, is his stomach see-through? Is it a hole in his stomach? What's going on there? Yeah, the head also, like, there's something about the way that the head is shaped that's giving it a little, like, baby vibes. So, like, if the head looked different, maybe. That's just a balloon. Showed his true form. This is one of those ones where, like, it has potential. Like, what you doing with those arms? But the rest of it is kind of whatever, so I'm not going to include it in this section over here. That's a banana. This is another one that's just kind of like a dude. There are elements of the design that are interesting. Like, is he actually, like, non-bipedal? Or, like, depends. If he actually walks around on the forearms, I would be interested. But if he's just bipedal, that is going to make his physique very different. This is another one of those ones where normally I would be like, ooh, a furry thing. But, like, I don't know what they're doing with their designs. But, like, yeah, do he gorilla walk? If he gorilla walk, yes. If he not gorilla walk, no. Like, I don't know how they're meant. How do you ruin furries and make them somehow less furry, y'all? I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. Because, like, this does not seem like a wolf guy. It seems like a dude with a wolf mask on. Yeah, hi, I'm not attracted to humans. Hello, hello. The face is interesting. The wingies are interesting. The rest of this is just like a dude, which immediately like drops the ranking down into like eh. Yeah, it's like, oh, you had potential for like a split second, and then I was like, oh, you're just a fucking dude. Well, it's because of the physique. Like, hang on. No, am I misremembering the name of that species? Y'all know the species in Mass Effect? The one that looked like this? This one? The L-Core. There, yeah, yes, thank you, the L-Core. So, the L-Core are, like, similar to Gorilla Walk, right? But, you see how different their physique is? Because, like, a human, so their shape, yeah, because see, a human, even if they have big arms, is still human. But even if one of these guys stood up straight, they're gonna have a completely, I can't even like, they're gonna have a completely different shape than a human is, you know? So, like, that's the thing. Is he shaped like this, or is he shaped like a person? Halo universe aliens. Let's see. I think the Halo universe aliens are substantially better, especially because I absolutely love these mouths. Yes and no. There are elements of this I like and elements of it I don't like. Because a lot of the Flood are a little bit too much like tumor vibe. Which, some of that I think is residual trauma from my flare-up kicking my brain. So, like, this guy? Maybe. I'd need to see how they move, I think. Where were we? nothing particularly draws me to this. Like, maybe, it's kind of like an that's just a guy. Okay. So, for that alien can? Okay. That's a cat. That's just a kid. That's also just a dude. I did like his leg shape, though. Like, I don't know if they're actually bending the wrong way, but it looks like his legs have that, like, reverse bend thing. Like this. Digitigrade. If they're doing that, leg good. If they're not doing that, then I don't really care. There's, like, the way that he's put together isn't as appealing. Welcome back, Maple! We're doing, the alien species from the Ben 10 universe. What do I find appealing about them? Because, hi, Rena is a monster fucker. Here, let's yeah, like that. That's kind of the TLDR there. TLDR, Rena is a monster fucker. Yeah, like, most of the big elements aren't that interesting. That is a completely different creature. Yeah, I see what you're talking about, where, like, the reboot is just a dude. Yeah, I think that kind of drops Big Chill down quite a few levels. But, like, it's just not as, it's just kind of a guy. Yeah, it is. Since we're just hanging out and yapping today, welcome in, Torek, welcome in. I've been asked multiple times if I wanted to do the Ben 10 alien species, obviously not the child, the, like, actual aliens. Yeah, they made him even more human in the reboot. That's kind of just whatever. Like, apparently that's a combo guy anyway, but it's just not particularly interesting to me. This one, I'm more interested in. The buff and the non-buff are both reboots. That's funny. This guy, though, I am intrigued. Like, the human part is kind of whatever, but once again, his head is doing a lot of work. Look, like... I will moisten. Thank you, Xenion. This is empty. Grab my other liquid. Welcome in, Xenion. We're doing kind of a tentative Ben 10 smash or pass. So, I'm gonna slide him over into the okay because, like, well, he's got a lot of, like, generally human. Once again, like, the hood leaning over the head with, like, the mouth that splits at that angle and the little, like, fangy things. That's good. Good. He'd be very fishy because he's aquatic. Perfect. The black hat alien. Just kind of whatever, like, it, like, if this part didn't exist, maybe. That's just a guy. Okay, see, this is a much better wolf. Like, at least the proportions here, like, fit in better than the previous one. Okay, this is the OG one now. Like, I don't find him as appealing as some of our other options that we have over here, but I'm intrigued. I imagine that he's probably more furry in reality. They just aren't drawing it as much because of animation. So if we're assuming that he's furry all over, we'll slide him over. That's just a dude. That is also just a dude. That is a dude, but it's a child. That is an eyeball. The mouth, I feel like, is really detracting from the rest of what is happening here. Because if no mouth, I would consider, but I'm not sure about the way the mouth exists on this guy. So we're gonna go past for now. This is the block one. Like the rest of him, I would consider, but the way the mouth is just nah for me. This guy is interesting, like as a concept design. This is actually more in line with the posing that I was talking about for the other guy, but like, he's not particularly for me, I think. I am curious about void blocks we have here, though. But I think that's just the same thing. I don't think the void is part of the thing. That's one of the little weird guys with the broken teeth. That's also just a dude. Okay, we're just opening all the rest of the bees. That's just one of those little guys that, like, could have coolness, but he falls too much into, like, that's just a dude. Yeah, I could get behind this. I'm intrigued. That's just Block 2.0. Yeah, no, Blocks was basically Legos. You and your partner are watching. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying listening to me go, oh, yeah, we can make this work. I'm actually like the two different heads thing that are like one head. Yeah, right. We all have our own tastes, exactly. This reminds me of like the Reggies from Pokemon. So we may or may not, exactly. So far, I think my biggest take is most of them are way too human. Like, they're just a guy, like, with a different shaped head, or, like, big arms. They really like the big arm, tiny leg thing. And it's like, more alien. Where's my L-core, damn it? Yeah, exactly. This guy's interesting. Like, it's not quite enough. Like, there's nothing particularly drawing me in, personally. That's another that's just like a guy, and he doesn't have enough other features that appeal to me. The Bounty Hunters. Interesting, but I think most of them are just kind of Like, this guy's definitely more interesting. Scroll through the Green Lantern roster. You'd probably find about the same ratio. That is a guy, but all of his skin is falling off. He has elements I like the mouth thing, but the other parts are, like, just enough brain trauma for my brain to be like, I think I'm good. I don't like the way they did the mouth, again. Like, the rest of him is interesting, but they fucked up the face. Yeah, let's just say having all of your skin melt off your body is bound to give your brain a little bit of the EBGBs. Like, I'm good now. I'm on meds. We're keeping my immune system suppressed. So his brain can become visible? Oh. That also, I feel like that makes him less appealing, because it's like, especially because he just has, like, a human brain. So it's just kind of like, eh. That leans it a little bit more into the human. And that's also just a lady. That's just a guy. Yeah, like, there's nothing particularly about his froggy face that, like, personally I find interesting, and otherwise he's just a guy. You hate it for medical reasons? I mean, mood on the I hate it for medical reasons. I've had to know a couple of these purely because my brain was like, this reminds me of my flare-up. No thanks. I appreciate all your guys' support. It's nice to be able to stream, because even though I'm immunosuppressed because of my meds, so I don't die, I can have many friends. He is very cute. His little, he's cute, but I don't know if it would be Smash, because, like, he's kind of got a little old man and child vibes going on, which is a little, like, eh. For me, personally. One brain cell. Yes, no Smash, just friend. He's interesting, but once again, he doesn't have, like, enough of the things that I personally find appealing, I think. The mouth is interesting, but the rest of him is very much just a guy, so it kind of, like, detracts. His head isn't doing enough work for me to accept that one. But I'll actually do this one instead of just silently sliding it over into the yes category. Worm, but better. So the mouth, the little worm legs, and, like, the slithery, like, body that's clearly going into the tail, and, like, these arms are clearly just part of the machine. Same with the legs. Like, he's clearly just, this is his body, and, like, those little worm legs with that mouth that's gonna open up into probably, like, a tunnel of teeth. Good. Yes. Let's go. This is just a fuzzy guy. Like, I don't know, his face just isn't that interesting to me. Yeah, he just a monkey. Maybe? Like, seeing his eyes, my brain is like, is he gonna pop out parasites that, like, eat my insides? So, like, I think he would fall into a maybe. Oh, he just has, like, a normal dude mouth. Yeah, that's a no for me. I thought that was gonna be more like a frog thing. It looks like he just walks around like a normal guy. So the way that his head is flat along the ground with this, like, that's a tongue, by the way, with the, like, this offshoot of his face that has that differing pattern, and, like, the way his mouth is probably gonna open up, and, like, the spines you could stick your hands under. Good. Yeah, just casually slide him into the yes category. There's another Lego man. That's just... This guy has the same problem the turtle people have, I think, where it's just like a squashed dude. Bungee sponge. The color and the hands and the texture is... I'm unsure. Like, the hands are weird. I don't really like the way the hands are. Like, the rest of it is kind of fine, but, like, the hands are sort of off-putting. I also, like, is he supposed to be sponge texture? Is he wet sponge or regular sponge? Like, there's a lot of it would really depend on that one. This is the more human-looking version of the alien, so no on that one. This guy just looks kind of derpy, I guess. Hands do. You're uncomfortable with that one? Yeah, like, this guy is just like, the way he's put together just isn't as appealing to me, I think. That's just a little guy. I don't have any particular takes on this. He's just like a battery, I guess. Just a little battery. Opening up all the other tabs. Edge of a lot of them is eating another. Yeah, and like that is, some of it's gonna depend on that. Like, I'm assuming that, like, they're not horrible people, you know? Like, just first glance, I see that and I'm like, that's just a lady. That's just like a... That's just a dude. Hold on, my tabs need to load. I opened too many tabs. Or, you know, God, what the hell did your species deal with to evolve into this? I kind of like little, like, slithery ghost guy with his little mouth and his eyeball. We'll slide him over. That's just a lady. This is her ex-boyfriend. Yeah, there are a lot of goop aliens, and I feel like not all of them are as good, which reminds me, I was gonna... Did I already take her out? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. This guy, I feel like he could have potential, but there are other parts that are just kind of like, whatever? Like, is he sludge? Is he tentacles? How does this work? But it looks like he doesn't really show up. Apparently he's a Leopon. There are elements of this I'm intrigued by, like the little tendril hand things, but like nothing else is particularly like drawing my attention, really. Like the face is kind of whatever. This shape falls into the that's just a human issue, I think. So I was like, is this? Uh that's just a sponge, I guess. I don't really have any particular opinion on Mr. Sponge. Though I do have to wonder what in the good green hell is that dynamite one. There are elements of this design I like and others that I'm not super sure about. I wish I could see what the rest of this was. That's nice. I like that. So, like, Blue Fox is like, I'm here for all of it. It's like, I think this would fall kind of into like a maybe. If I could see the rest of it, I'd have a better idea. Because the jaw is nice. This section right here with his throat, where he has like these little tubes and his throat like dips underneath them, is very appealing. The shell, I'm okay with, but I feel like his flippers are really high up, so it makes me wonder if he's longer or like shorter. Jim Jam, the daft one, welcome in, welcome in. We are hanging out and yapping, and I was asked for like the second time to do the alien species from the Ben 10 universe, not the child, obviously, Smasher Pass, because, hi, Arena, the slime, is a monster fucker. So since we're just doing a yap stream today, we decided to just kind of look at all the various Ben 10 races. That's just a little squidge. That's just a lady. That's a guy with his brain out. So yeah, welcome in, Chim Cham, the daft one. Sorry for the sudden Smasher Pass. Uncle Max did fuck a lot of the aliens. Lol. I don't like the way that the front legs are like human arms. I feel like that really detracts from the rest of the design. So I think for this one, I'll have to say no, even though there are elements I like, just because like stuff like this section just kind of detracts from the rest of it for me. There's that weird crab guy again. That's just a little squidge dude. Not particularly my type. The Quagmire of the Ben 10 universe. Yes, I will adjust how I am sitting. Thank you. Ugh. This guy, I'm intrigued. Like with his little slimy wiggly shape and his little slime arms. So we're gonna slide him over into the yes category. That guy is very cute. He is a little squidge. That doesn't have a picture. That's just a dude. Yes, we will stretch. Ooh. That's just a guy, but he has a chicken head. A little wiggle guy. Slug. That's a literal slug. That's also just like a dude. Technically, this is just a lady, but like, is that her head shape? Like, I'm minorly intrigued, but then I think I fall back into like, that's just a lady. Yeah, like, is she wearing a cloak? Is that her head? Like, I think she falls into the too human, but like, I'll look for a second to be like, Oh, yeah, nope, this guy is not actually the Elcor pose. He just stands up. Boo. I'm intrigued. He's got that little cute face. And like the big round body full of who knows what on the inside with his like big arms. Like, he escapes from the just a dude. Yeah, is like he filled with some kind of like fluid on the inside? Yeah, because we're also trying to judge these like purely. I actually like this one substantially less. Like this guy, yeah, sure. This guy, no. Um, do we ever get to see more of him? Because I can't really judge from just the eyeball. That's just a person. Like he's just got human arms and the weird mouth. I don't really particularly care. That's just another one of that is the dude. This is the guy where I was like, the head doing a lot of work, but he's less interesting, I think, in motion. I don't have any particular opinions on that guy. That's just another one. He's a squidge. Lots of arms, yeah. That's just a dude. Yes, like, let me hand this guy to a 12-year-old and be like, make him look cooler. That's just like little like he doesn't have enough going for me, I think. I technically this is just a person, but like there's something about the shape and this like patterning that almost looks like nerves or some sort of indent in there that's like, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm down. Let's go. That's just a cow. Okay, I'll actually review this one real quick. I like this. Like the head and all of those slits in the chitin. I'm probably mispronouncing that word. Like the bone stuff on top that you could like slide your fingers in, and just like the way that the limbs are positioned. Like just imagine him crawling over on top of you. 10 out of 10. This is like his ugly cousin, I guess. Like, why his legs look like this? How did you make him look like your, like, drunk fat uncle? What? Like, trope. The chicken and cow is a reference to the cow and chicken cartoon. That makes sense. This guy has elements that I'm intrigued by, and then other parts that are kind of eh. Like, why is his torso just a dude torso? Because that makes the entire rest of it look weird. Like, this in his leg, where, like, this, like, fin thing is, good. Yes, the fur on the claws was good. It's the, like everything else about the design, like the way that he's shaped just wasn't very appealing. So like I like this little fin part in his leg, and like that's kind of it. This is the beefy version apparently, which I don't particularly care for this one any more than the other one. Crystal Fist. This is just a dude made of crystal. What is it with their furries that somehow don't look like furries? How? Like, good job on the legs, but like, how do you somehow put their torsos together that it looks like someone just put on a mask? Like, what? Normally, I would be down for the squid-based things, but this one just looks like a grab claw from one of those, like, game machines. That's just a guy. As technically not just a guy, but he has, like, the I'm just a guy vibes. Loving the chat engagement tonight. Right, we're all sharing our opinion. I was not poisoned by Twitter. My brain's just always been this way, apparently. Little 12-year-old Rena being like, but why would people like Sesshomaru more? He doesn't even have ears, by which I meant dog ears. Why would people think Sesshomaru was so much better than Inuyasha in like handsomeness regard? They're compelled to dress their furries in very human evoking clothes. Yeah, it's odd. Like, this guy's kind of whatever. Like, I don't understand why they keep giving all of them this, like, weird machismo draw. Rhea built different, right? This guy is hilarious. He definitely has angry grandpa vibes. That's just a dude. That is Optimus Prime. Lol. Is that a reference to, like, a satyr? Like, what is with his angry little face? Ooh. I think that this is robot, but I'm still down. Like, the tail, the little arms, like, I wonder how her face opens up. I'm interested. That's just a dude. That's just a dude. That's close enough to just a dude. Like, there's nothing particularly interesting. I do think that the head shape here is the best of all of those versions so far, I think. I think this one is the best of those in terms of head shape, but the rest of it is just a dude. That's like a weird merge thing there. F? Oh. Interesting. Like, his little tiny eyes behind that, like, clamp jaw is intriguing. I'm not sure about the physique, but I think I'd be willing. Like, I'm intrigued with his little face, and, like, I'm curious how his arms would position at that angle. So we'll put him in there. Why his face this way? He's a little scrungle. Oh, another like goo worm person. I like the one eye that's kind of tilted. I wonder like what these are. Like, is that an indent of some kind? Like, how does that work? So yeah, I'm interested in the little like wiggly. This guy, Ghost Freak? Oh. This guy? This, though, I'm interested in this right here, actually. I was unsure. This one, but this one, yeah. This is good. Let me, hold on. Why is this the picture of the true form? That's garbage. This is what I want. Hey, don't create a category. There we go. That's just a lady. They're always the ones that are the most eldritch, okay? it's not my fault that they make all of the one-winged angel stuff really eldritch, all right? I was playing the Dark Queen of Morthalome, and I had that same thing where they were like, my hideous true form, and she morphed, and I was like, oh, hi. That's a lady, but I think her eyes are neat. This is another one of those, like, that's just a guy, but they, like, gave him no neck. Like, nothing particularly appealing about that one. That is literally a dude. That's also just kind of a guy. So a lot of this is a dude, but once again, I think his head is carrying a lot here because, like, no eyes all over the body, like, these, like, fins? Intrigued. This is him again. I kind of prefer this coloration, but, like, that one's fine. Okay, we're gonna click through these guys. Personality. Yeah, I don't know the personality of, like, any of these guys, so we're not including that in this specific thing, because yes, personality can also very heavily make or break this, but since I don't know their personality, I can just go off immediate off the cuff. Are they hot? That's just a dude. Like, there's some, like, I don't know, like, at a glance, you might be like, oh, maybe he's got a nice face. And then you're just like, oh, he just kind of looks like a cocky shithead. And once again, falling into the, like, a little bit too dude. Why is this version of him hotter than his actual version? Help. That's a baby. There's the cartoon version. So, alright, I've been lying to you. I've been taking a form your kind would be comfortable with. You would despise my true form. Try me. There's a manga I was reading about a guy who always gets pissed off when, like, the dragons and stuff turn into people, and he meets a dragon, and the dragon's like, let me shapeshift into a better form, and he's like, no, and then she just turns into a smaller dragon, and he's like, yes! I was like, mood. There are elements of this, like the head, that I'm like, yeah. But the rest of it, like, there are just so much more attractive aliens in that we've already looked at, like, with this same general shape, that it's like, you've been outclassed, my man, I'm sorry. I love the jaw. I'm digging that underbite, but, like, sorry. Why has she got underwear on the outside? This is better, but not particularly for me. Ah, yes, here they are. This is still good. I like the weird face thing they have going on. Yeah, look at this. This is good. I don't know what is going on here, but I'm intrigued. You put the videos in the server, perfect. I'll have to check those out. Forearms, this is like the standard Ben 10 thing, right? Like the one that shows up in, like, everything. Which, like, a guy. This one is purple. I like the physique change here a little bit, but it's still leaning into, like, a dude. Oh, look, there's Freeze Lizard again. There's a Freeze Ghost. He's so sad. Oh, yeah, no, I don't have, the multiple arms is one of the good things. It's just the rest of him is very, like, a guy. That's just a face. There are parts of this that are appealing. The mouths, good. Their, like, little eyes under their mushroom cap is, like, kind of janky. So it's like, it's another one where it's like, I was intrigued for a moment, but like this part is just nah. It just ruins the rest of it. What? This is another guy that has like the cockiest smile. There are elements that I'm like, yeah, and then other elements that it's just like, like the colors, like the eyes on top of the mushroom head is great, but the rest of him is very much just like a dude. So, oh hey, it's another one of these guys. I think I prefer the color scheme of the other one, so we'll just leave that one up. And that's just a random person. Okay, how far back can I scroll in this? The fusion ones from that MMO Cartoon Network tried to do. You guys were saying, there were some that people were saying I should specifically look at. It's just a... Is one of those an octopus? Oh no, he's just like a brain. I actually like this more than the base turtle guy. There's something about him just being like flippers coming out of the shell. And like these look like they're open. I like that. Lots of things you could do here. Okay. Kind of trying to get through these guys faster so we can actually look at all of them. This is a much better forearms, I think. Like, still falling a little bit into, like, that's a dude territory, but definitely higher up on the, maybe. That's just Garnet. Why he gotta have that mouth? The rest of this is good. Why that mouth? Like, I get that they all have that mouth because it's the art style, but, like, why? Why? The rest of this is good, but, like, the mouth plus the very human shape is just, ugh. I like the eyes. I like the arms. The rest of him is a little too, like, baby. Fish guy. Also, like, good elements. But once again, very, very person. That's a car. Why not? I'm curious about what is going on. Oh, that's a lot less interesting. Never mind. Welcome back, Magpie! Yeah, he does kind of got dad bod. I think he was a lot more interesting than, like, the other just fish dude that was just, like, a dude. That's a guy. This one is interesting, but, like, I think the overall design's kind of whatever. Oh, hey. It's another one of these dudes. I'm intrigued. Well, I like... this is the guy I was talking about how I love, like, the arms and the head thing. So he can stay in here, too. He's goop, but I think we have much more interesting goop. Just more arms. Just a guy. I am intrigued by whatever is happening here. I think I like this guy a little bit more than his other version, but what is going on with this guy? Maybe I'll slide him in here. Like, the way that his head is, like, attached and the same size. Well, this whole section right here is stuff that it's like, yeah. So we're gonna review that when we're done. I'm just kind of clicking through the ones that I'm like on because we're so not far yet. You're back after causing trauma with Ghost Freak. Done with a streamer friend. Lol. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start from Z because I know there were a couple at the end that people were like, go and look at these ones. That's a guy. Interesting face shape, but just like a dude. That's an animal, right? Like, there are elements that are interesting, but I need to, like, are they sapient? Because my brain's like, that is a pet, not a person. Like, I don't think we can communicate enough to make that work. This is like a slightly leveled down version of like Ghost Freak with his tentacles out, kinda. It's a lady, but she's one of the ladies with no neck this time. X. Because, yeah, like, if it was sapient, we could talk, but it's not. And so it's just like, no thanks, I'm good. Who was drawing for Dynamite? Because, like, what? I'm intrigued. That is an interesting shape. The head and the eyes and stuff. Normally, I'm not super into the human shape, but I really like the head part. Like, the regular human in, like, this entire section is detracting, but the rest of it... Oh, yes. We shall wiggle. Thank you, Senion. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna open these guys. That's just a little fish. Yeah, my joints be poppin'. I'm not sure why he's gotta be wearing this shirt, but there are elements that I'm kind of whatever on. Why do his arms have to be in the place they would be as a human? Like, I wish he wasn't holding himself in, like, human shape. Like, he would probably fall into that, like, maybe, depending on how he moves, I think. Because if he moves too human, I feel like that would detract from, like, the tentacle crest and, like, the cool faceplate and that, like, unhinged jaw and stuff. But, like, the way he's just kind of, like, going, hi, I'm a dude, it's a little eh. This also is much less appealing than the texture that he has up here as well. The neck is lacking. Oh, hey, this is this guy who I already put in there. That's kind of funny. Yeah, these are just, like, peeps. A werewolf. Yeah, I think they're just not very good at drawing furries, I guess. Smash or pass for the XCOM aliens? You should feel free to send that suggestion. It's a very Hydralisk look from StarCraft. Let's see, Hydralisk. I have played StarCraft, but yes. Anyway. Yeah, if y'all want to send if y'all want to send suggestions into the stream suggestions in Discord, feel free. Yeah, like, it's just not a very appealing werewolf, I guess. It's a whale guy. Like, he just looks too baby, I think. And that's just a dude. There are just better ones. He's just kind of whatever, I think. Why? Why is this the... What have you done to him? Remove all of his multiple legs. Turn him into a frickin' human guy. What? Can you send, like, to where? Blue Fox. I'd have to check out Corebound first and see if I like it. I have a lot of other games I'm playing right now, so if I decide that I like it, it would just kind of depend on how everything lays out. I have a bunch of stuff I want to play right now. No, I meant, like, what channel would you be? You DM'd me, like, okay. What a sad squid. Why does he have hair? Why is his mouth here? Like, how? How did you ruin squid anatomy? Hello, Everheal. Welcome in, welcome in. I actually finally set up the shop, lol. That's a lady. We're doing Smash or Pass with the alien species from the Ben 10 universe, which most of them are like, that's just a guy. This is a dude. That is not just a dude. I do wonder, though. Okay, good. So, for a moment, I was like, please tell me this is not another one of those, this is someone's pet, meaning that you can't, like, have that level of communication with them, but no. I'm curious. Like, the mouth is giving, octopus it's gonna rip your guts out, but maybe we could see. I feel like it could be, like, the way it moves isn't as appealing as I was hoping. Like, it could be better, I think, but, like, it's interesting. It has elements that appeal to me. That's also just a dude. That's a child. Okay, classic form is a lot better than the remake. I don't know why they messed up his face so much in the remake, but I'm loving that he's like a bunch of tentacles shoved into human shape. That is amazing. He glow. There's just people and little scrunglies. A snack! We're trying to see if we can get through all of these before the stream ends. This is a snack. Yeah, I think part of my brain when I see something that's like, I can't communicate with this in a way that would facilitate this action is like, we good. What is this? I'm more curious as to what is happening here. Welcome back, Furio. I'm pseudo speedrunning through the ones that I'm kind of on because, like, we have so many and stream's almost over. Like, there are elements that are interesting, like whatever's going on in his mouth, but he's got too, like, just cocky dude face for me, I think. Not quite as interested, I think, as some of the other ones, but like the gill openings that he has and like the tendrils in his skin, the face shape, I'm intrigued. Moldy Boss, welcome in, welcome in. My wisdom today is that Ben 10 aliens are too human. Yep. That is the wisdom for today. Also, they have no fucking idea how to draw furries. I wish that he did not have the human legs. If he did not have the human legs, I would be a lot more interested, because this part up here, I'm intrigued. That's just a guy. Yeah, right? Ultimate spider monkey. I mean, like, so many of these, I'm just like, that's a dude, that's a dude, that's a dude, that's a dude. And even the ones that aren't dudes, like, 90% of them are like, this is a bipedal thing that is shaped in the way that humans are shaped. That's a lady. Yeah, like... Yeah, it probably is easier to animate when they're human-esque, but... Like, I get why. But... You could have done your aliens more alien. I have always been a proponent for aliens being more alien, even before I realized that it might have had a preference-related thing. Yeah, no, finding anything that animates horses well is a nightmare. Once again, how did you make squids, like, somehow not hot? The fuck? I already have this guy in here, but yeah. This is not, like, there are parts that are interesting, but I feel like they kind of, like, mussed it a little bit. What is with that head? We have about 20 minutes left to stream. I'm going to try to get through all of the aliens in Ben 10. And I mean that tentacles and squishy things are attractive. Like, you know, assuming sapiens. This is the pterosaur, apparently. Once again, this head is doing a lot of work. I'm intrigued. We'll slide him into our list. That's a guy. More like, this is a dude. Too curved for you. That's a lady, but I think mermaids are neat. Why did they have to put this on the belly button? Also, okay, is this the mouth or is this the mouth? Because if this is the mouth, I'm a lot more interested. Ben 10, but there's a Metalith Vortex Beast. Mutalith Vortex Beast. Yeah? It's unfortunate that they had to do the limbs in, like, the semi-human shape. But this is cool. Yee, got a lot of aliens. Yeah. Yeah, I figured that was the morpher. It's just like, why is that where you had to put the morpher? My god, the Emperor, no! Fear me, I a heretic who fucks. I will have a good night, Xenion. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out, even for our very interesting stream we did today, where I had absolutely zero plans, because this morning my body was like, haha, fuck you. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I will. And I will moisten a little bit as we finish up our Ben 10 aliens. This guy has some interesting details in the face, but the rest is much too human. Once again, how do you guys keep fucking up your furries? Like, they literally are just like a guy with a fucking mask on. Like, what? That's a lady. I don't have any particular thoughts on that at the moment. Not quite enough of the shape, I think. What is this? What is happening here? What is the face that is apparently so horrifying? Oh. I'm not upset. I'm just confused as to why this is apparently so horrifying that people die. Does it help you do a Koromon live stream? Yeah, if I end up playing it and getting into it, I definitely will. So, I feel like with a good furry design, what you need is, like, I'm trying to think of how to explain it, because, like, you can have furries that are just, like, a guy, right? But I feel like there needs to be some minor tweaks so that the head connects into the body in a way where they feel like they belong to the same person. And a lot of people will just take a boar head and slap it on a torso, and they don't adjust any of the other elements to make it fit. Yeah. Personally, I also agree less human is better. But, like, you also need to adjust, like, the shape, you know? Like, if you just take a dude and slap, like, a random head on them, like, you need to think, okay, what type of animal are they? What is the shape of this animal? Like, some animals are more lithe than other animals, you know? And so, like, you need to include those shapes in mind, and so it needs to look like the head belongs to the body, and it's not just, like, a random head. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I know that the Switch, if you get it on Steam and on Switch, it's going to be a different cost. That's another one of those robot guys again. I like the Nautilus head that he has. And, like, whatever's happening here, I'm curious what that looks like under the suit. Also, those fingers and feet. Well, like, for example, this guy actually looks like his head fits his body. Like, he still has a general human shape, but he has enough of, like, the elephant vibe to his anatomy that you feel like his head belongs on his body. So I feel like for furries, it's a pretty big area because as long as the non-human features start to overtake the human features, like fur on a lot of the body, digitigrade, etc., you start getting into furry. Yeah, I agree with Torik's thing. Like, mermaids are shitty fish people because they're completely human at the top and completely fish on the bottom. You need to have, like, a melding. So, Davy Jones actually works because see how he has, like, he's got the squid on top and then the rest of him is also like squid shit. Like, you can see how his arm has the tentacles and see how his design pulls together. So like his coat has barnacles on it, his beard extends out the width of his chest to like cover the area and stuff. So like everything fits together so it feels like it belongs, for example. And like this guy is actually a fine example because his head looks like it belongs on his body. But some of the other ones, they're not considering like the shape language of the creature when they create it. They're just using their standard body types that they use. Yeah, that was one of those ones that was all CGI, which was really interesting. Like, alright, we will wiggle time. Yeah, no, I think it's really cool because, like, I saw someone make a joke where they were like, how did they manage to get such great CG back then? And they were like, well, that's because they didn't know enough about it to to cut corners yet. And I thought that was funny. Because I think for me, it's like, I feel like for some of the designs in Ben 10, they didn't actually have a full concept. They just went Wolfman and then grabbed one of their like standard body shapes that they use for everything, and they didn't think about like how a wolf is shaped, you know? Because even if it's human shaped, animals have different physiques. Like Siamese cats are petite, Maine Coons are big and fluffy. So subsequently, if your cat person is based on a Siamese cat, their physique should in some ways reference the Siamese cat or the Maine Coon cat, you know? Like, it should have a vibe that fits the design element you're going for. What the heck is this? Are you gonna, like, open at any point? And what are you saying I don't know, Furio? Okay. Like, this guy could have anything else popping out of his helmet and you would not know the difference. Because, like, this is just the same body type they use on every single one of these creatures. So he doesn't feel like a furry. He just feels like one of the 80 million Ben 10 aliens that they slapped a furry head on, is kind of the vibe. He getting attacked by the bug. Hang on. What is this? Okay, let's continue. Spider monkey When did all of his spider legs go away? Is that an empty hole there? Or... I'm intrigued. That's just a person. Yeah, that mouth shape with like the clamshell and like the little wiggly butt. That's just a person. That's kind of like a sluggy thing, but I think I've got some of those in the list already, so we'll skip on that one. Once again, the energy contained inside an exoskeleton thing is very intriguing. Like, can you touch the energy? What happens? I'm curious. Like, ironically, this guy actually makes more sense because you can see that, like, his body shape is designed to invoke, like, a lemur, right? With his arms and legs and stuff. So his head actually feels like it fits his body, even though he has a very similar design to the other Ben 10 furries. But they kept in mind, okay, we're trying to do lemur, so let's make the entire shape evocative of a lemur. Yeah, and like, I feel like this is something a lot of people miss when they're doing character designs, is you need to think of the context. Like, where does someone live? What are they doing? If you're basing it off a specific creature, how is that creature shaped and how do they move? You know? Because, like, for example, if we look up a moose versus an, like, let's say a deer, right? These are two very differently shaped creatures, even though they have the same general vibe. Round, horns, thin legs. But you'll notice deer's necks go up. They're not quite as thick. Like a moose is bulky. Like that guy is gonna barrel your ass over. Also, you'll notice how a moose's neck is flat. So when you're doing a character of that, you don't want to give them like a long, thin neck where they're looking down. Whereas with a deer, giving them a long, thin neck where they can look down actually makes sense. But a moose is just going to be looking at you straight on. A moose should also be bulkier, bigger shoulders, whereas a deer can be more petite, you know? And they both might have thinner legs, or you could give the moose thicker legs if you wanted. But like that sort of thing. Like a moose would probably have like thicker neck muscles, broader shoulders, just a broader physique in general than a deer. Because that's how the animal is built, you know? So like that's the general concept. He's interesting, but there's not enough going on there. That also falls a little too much into like, that's a dude. You're working on the animation of a new trend right now using your OC, but it's still unfinished. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Definitely share with me when you're done. That's an Ava. I do appreciate the fact that it seems when they draw both male and female, they at least do them mostly the same, unlike a lot of stuff. Interesting. The beard. A baby. Why did he need to have snake arms in the location that humans have arms? He's interesting, but I think we have some better ones that I've already seen, so... yeah. Yeah, some of these are like, I've just seen ones that are better. Because, like, you can see all of these. Like, for example, the difference between this guy, who's based on a gorilla versus this guy who's based on a lemur. They're the same creature. They're all spider monkey, but they gave them different shape language. And like that's where the good character design comes in, I think. A jump in logic does need to be made at some point for furry. I follow the train of thought once. It just doesn't work for so many reasons. Honestly, if any kind of canine or feline evolves sapience in a bipedal posture, oh yeah, no, sure. But Ben 10's issue is that they use the exact same design for a lot of their characters. So like these ones are done uniquely. But some of the others are just the exact same design they've done on everything, and they don't bother to like meld the fur in. Like the fur on their, recall that snake guy when you look at XCOM characters? Okay. Like the fur on their head doesn't blend into their shoulders. It sits almost like a lion's mane, but it's not a species that would have a mane, for example. And it's like, but why? I like this face. We will keep you. Oh, hey, here's another one of those dudes. An ocelot! Little shark legs. Well, and like, obviously every single character doesn't need to be perfectly that, because like, not all Siamese cats look exactly the same. Not all Maine Coons look the same. Not all wolves look the same. But there's a certain level of like connectivity in the design. Because like, for example, if just the head is super furry, and there's nothing to explain like why it breaks, it's just kind of odd. Like, even with we were talking mermaids earlier, so let's talk about like okay, here's a so see how these mermaids just have like a straight break. I feel like the ones in Ariel the Little Mermaid actually do a better job because they have something to indicate the separation. See how her design was given a little flare there to kind of look like she was popping out of the tail? That way it doesn't feel quite as much like they just glued the two together, you know? Oh, yeah, no. I'm sure that the Ben 10 issue was more of like a budget thing. Because, like, for example, why is his head this color and then his arms aren't that color and he's super fuzzy up here but has like no fur here, and like why are his legs tiny? You have 80 million species in your show with this exact same physique. Like, it just doesn't, like, even if he just had a little bit of fur coming out on top of his shoulder that was the darker color, it would work better, I feel like. If this upper part of his leg was slightly bigger to match the rest of his physique. Like, just little changes. A mummy! Alright. Some elements of this are interesting. He looks like he's got those big pucker lips. I think there are some other worms that are a lot more interesting visually. Oh, this guy looks a little too much like a little baby, but he's cute. Yep. Well, and like, obviously not everyone is going to agree with me on that. That's just my own personal preference for that sort of thing. What happened to my aliens tab? So we're starting to get a lot of repeats, and I think we have a good amount. So I'm just gonna, and we're at 4 hours. A lot of them feel like they thought of the power. Yes, exactly. Whereas, like, they should have designed them together, I feel like, in a lot of cases. Where they just went, okay, we need a wolf. And so they just, like, slapped a wolf head on, like, a generic body. Instead of being like, okay, if a wolf, if someone is like an animal guy who has a power like this, what might they look like? You know? Like, how would they be put together? So I guess we'll go through all of the ones that I saved because I really liked them. So while this guy does have a very human body, like the face and those arms are doing so much work here. Like that plate that seems to stretch over his eyes and that like opening of the mouth in the corner. Plus the way he's got those holes in his hands with that like really interesting texture that seems like it'd be amazing to run your fingers along. Yeah, and I'm guessing that's part of the problem is they like, well, it's funny because like the Mummy, they did a really good job on. Like the whole thing fits together. But like the werewolf, it feels like they didn't actually take the time to fully flesh it out. Blue Fox, welcome over on YouTube. This guy, that does help. Actually, if the wolf guy's jaw splits 4 ways, I like it immensely more now. Have you ever thought about adding a work in progress channel? I think that would mostly be like either the show off or the arts and crafts channel you could probably put in there. You thought the stream ended? No, we're still on for a little while longer. I'm going to go over all the stuff that I set aside and then we're going to be done. It will end soon. So I really like this guy's head. That's the entire thing, is the head. Like, just this general shape. Cthulhu is my vibe. This guy also, like, sounds good. We are almost done. Like, everything about his shape. Like, the eyes on the top of his head. These, like, frilled layers. The fact that he could just envelop you. The tentacle arms. All of it is delicious. This guy is not as good as some of the other ones, but I do like the body shape. Now that I've seen a lot of the other designs, this guy isn't as appealing anymore, but if these are eyes, that is cool. These guys are really neat, though. I have another picture of them later, so we'll look at that. Once again, the body is very human, so I'm kind of on that, but that head, like that hood covering the squat face with the mouth that opens in like that zigzag shape and those little horns. This guy is the example I was giving earlier where like every single like animal-ish, like all of them have this shape and it's just like more like we need something better than that. This is Bob the Blob. Like, the bottom part is kind of whatever, but, like, the 2 head is 1 head thing is very interesting. This guy is great. Like, that little zigzaggy mouth that looks like it's just gonna, like, pop open in multiple angles, the little wiggly arms, the, like, little worm body all the way through, the eyes. Great. And then there's this guy. Like, look at the physique here. We have, like, this little spike that exposes just that little bit of, like, the undercarriage area. And, like, all of these ridges that look like gills you could slide your fingers into. That's funny. And then there's this little guy who's just, like, a little worm. I think he's got a vibe. Like, that little eyeball in that mouth. Then there's this guy who's just a slimy, sluggy dude. Like, that just seems nice. I bet he's, like, slick. This guy is intriguing. Like, I'm really curious, like, how do the black parts indent? How much can he feel? Like, what is he filled with? And his little face. And then there's this lady who's got like, yeah, she's got a human shape, but like this almost nerve like cutout running down her center. This guy, like, just imagine him crawling over on top of you with that like unhinged jaw and those like claws just dug in around you. And then there's this, which is just like another version of that, kind of. This guy, there are elements of him that are whatever, but like the face and the body, yeah. Then we have another squiggly worm guy who apparently turns into this, which is like, yeah. He bursts tentacles out of his body and like his face pops upside down and his jaw unhinges. Look at those hands. This guy is also very human, but like just the head and like the eyes all over the body, the head is good. Like the way that it has those fins popping up. Ghost Freak breaks you. This guy is also really interesting. Like, are these his eyes? What does he have on the inside? What is inside of here? What does it feel like? And then there's this guy who's like, he's tucked into his shell except for his fins, but he's got these like openings all around his torso. Like, don't you just want to stick your fingers in there? And then this is just another one of those examples of that dude. This guy, like, has elements, like these outcroppings on the arms, and, like, whatever is inside here, good. Well, I mean, honestly, most dinosaurs are designed wrong. Did any of you guys see the pictures we were posting of, like, how people are drawing dinosaurs? Also, the problem with the Ben 10 monsters is that I've looked at like 800 of them, and so I keep seeing the similarities in the body shapes, and I think that was what was throwing me off. This guy is interesting. Like, there are elements that are kind of whatever, but like some of the ways that like the head connects into the body is good. This is one of the other versions of the Cthulhu guy, and I love how his body is just a mass of tentacles shaped as a human, and like the way his face is kind of squat with his tendrils there. Yeah, if a hippo was drawn based on its thing. This guy also, like, these little like open gill holes in his face and body, as well as these, like, tendrils kind of bursting through all these little areas you could run your fingers along. Yeah? What about me? As I mentioned, I have accidentally discovered about myself that if you put a hole or a chasm of some kind in a torso, you have hooked me. I don't know why. Apparently I'm into that shit. I actually have some examples. When I was gonna do my actual yap stream and not just my whoops, my body tried to murder me this morning yap stream, I will show you guys some examples that made me learn this about myself. But, like, look at the way his head is, like, unnaturally bulging out those eyes. Like, all of the weirdy shapes that head probably makes as it, like, bends at an unnatural angle with, like, the huge open mouth. Very appealing. Also, this guy is, like, a nautilus, and the way his fingers are shaped. You want to see the examples? Okay, so this guy, I'm like, where do you have a middle? What's going on here? And then we have this guy who's also a giant shell, which is, and like his little wiggly butt tail, which is like really nice. This guy, like the way that his jaw has just this opening along the side with like the curve in his body like this, And the fur? Great. Let me see, Epic 7. Here is the human example that I have for you guys. Do you see this? Where the inside of his chest is just an empty hole with like latticing, I think is the word, on the outside, and a crystal suspended on strings on the inside. Like, I could crawl in there. I just want to feel every part of the inside of that. So there is my human example, because I think this is a fine. I'll spoiler this one for you guys. Look at this. Look up, let's see. This is one of the examples. I'm giving you an example. This is Genesis Roz from Epic 7. He's got this like hole in his chest with like the lacing on the outside and the crystal suspended, and I just want to rub my hands all around there. I could crawl inside that. And now I'm looking up Anexa from Star Rail, because apparently he has that same thing. Wait, is that shape that's like the cutout right here, is that just an empty space in his chest? That's cool. Yeah, because you wanted an example, so I figured I'd share with you the most human example that I have, which is this one. This is one of the ones that made me click that, because I saw that and I was like, oh, I just want to put my hands in there. Like, I could crawl up inside that, and I was like, okay. I see what's happening here. Hold on, I get it. That's awesome. All right, the little slimes. I think it is time for me to go and rest and eat some food and go to the bathroom and all that good shit. Got the same thing under the eye patch. Ooh, that's exciting. So if anyone has any fun topics that you would like me to yap about on my next yap stream, or some lovely hear me outs, feel free to send those my way. I'm currently gathering some topics and some stuff for the official first one, but we've kind of had like 2 pseudo yap streams so far, so yes, I do feel a lot better. Thank you all for hanging out with me, and thank you all for enjoying my much more low-key yap stream. Let us see who is online on Twitch so that we can raid over. Send you guys somewhere fun. What is everyone doing today? Okay. Do we want cozy Infinity Nikki outfits where people put together like great themes for the design element? Or do y'all want to watch someone play Cthulhu the Cosmic Abyss? Thank you guys for hanging out. I had so much fun. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. Thank you to everyone. You don't know? All right, I will make the executive decision. Watch as I pick something that is not even that option at all. It's like a completely different thing, lol. Well, I don't actually think I've ever rated Vika VT before. It looks like Vika's actually taking a break right now. You know, Clamlin's playing Tomodachi Life, so let's head over there. That sounds nice. It'll be unhinged and also cozy. Alright. So we are gonna do, This is our raid message. Rena is melting, but recovering. Yapping stream means energy. If you are subscribed, feel free to use those emotes. If you are not subscribed, feel free to use the purple Twitch hearts or whatever other emote you have access to that you would prefer. So go ahead and copy that raid message, and we will get started on the raid to Clamlin. Clamlin is a lovely furry artist who does lots of cute and sexy artwork and is currently playing Tomodachi Life. It actually looks like they're putting in like custom artwork for it, so that'll be interesting to see. Tomodachi Life is very both unhinged and cute and cozy. All right, as we are heading out, thank you guys so much for looking out for me and taking care of me. And now it's my turn to try and take care of you. Remember that you are loved and you deserve love, and I wish you all the world. You're amazing, and I thank you guys so much for being here with me and being the lovely, amazing people you are. And I wish you all the absolute best in your lives. Don't forget to drink your food, eat your water, go to meds, take a sleep, and do whatever it is you need to do. I will also rest well. Thank you so much. I'll make sure not to overtax myself. Thank you. All right. I will see you all on the other side. Mwah. I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here.